Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, data governance is crucial for maintaining data accuracy and consistency across an organization. Today, we are diving into the fundamentals of SAP MDG Technical. SAP Master Data Governance (MDG) Technical is a crucial component in ensuring data accuracy and consistency within an organization. It's the backbone of data management, ensuring that information about customers, products, suppliers, and other key entities remains reliable and up to date. Recent studies show organizations spend an average of 20 hours weekly reconciling inaccurate data, wasting valuable time and resources. Implementing SAP MDG Technical can drastically reduce this overhead, streamlining operations. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP MDG Technical, including an understanding of the architecture and components of SAP MDG Technical, configuring and customizing data models. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. What is SAP MDG? 2. MDG architecture. 3. Deployment options. 4. Storage modes, flex versus reuse. 5. Data model concepts. Let's dive in.
So let's start our topics today. So today we will discuss about the introduction of MDG. So why we need as a MDG and what it all about. Okay, and what we are going to do in MDG in SAP. Okay, so we will be covering all the basics, then the introduction of MDG and architecture of MDG, and then we can get into the different the topics in MDG. Okay, so let's take like in SAP, right? As an ABAPer, when you're working on different SAP modules, so you might have come across like material creation, okay, or else customer creation, or else probably the vendor creation, or we can take business partner creations, or creation or update or any master data creation, right? So, can anyone tell how I can create a material in MDG? Sorry, in SAP. Okay, so we go to MM01 and we create a material. Or for changing a material, basically it's a MM02. For display material, MM03. So basically, you use the standard SAP provided transaction. So it can be 1, 2, 3, 5, or depends on the activity that you perform. So we use basically this particular transaction. Okay, and similarly for customer or vendor or business partner creations, or we have something called profit centers, cost centers, GL accounts in finance area, right? So we have the different master data. So we use the respective transaction codes to create this particular master data. So all these objects, right, whatever material, customer, vendor, business partner, so we call it as a master data. Okay, when I say master data, so basically you create this particular master data once, and you use this particular master data in the respect to transactional activities. Like I create a material in SAP, and I will use this material for my sales order creation, or else I'll use this material to procure this particular material, right? So I'll create a purchasing order, or else goods movement documents. Okay, similarly, customers, vendors also you use this for your transactional activities. You create the master data once, and then you use this particular data for your transactional activities. Okay, so with this one, so when I say what is the definition of your master data, so you create this particular master data once, and then you use this master data for a this data is intended for long-term usage, right? So in the this particular master data. Okay, so whereas you have something called transactional data. So when I say for transactional data, examples are like sales orders, purchase orders, or your invoice documents, or else goods movement documents. So anything like whatever you use these like sales orders, purchase orders, we say these are the transactional activities or transactional data. So the transactional data in nature, basically the lifespan of this particular transactional data is short. You create a sales order, and once the particular goods are delivered and the invoice is posted, basically we close this sales order. Similarly, purchase order, right? It can be probably a 10 days or 20 days or probably for 6 months. But after that, we will close this particular documents, right? So likewise, the definition of master data is you create it once and use it for the long-term duration. Whereas the definition of your transactional data is you create this transactional data, and once the required activity is done, we will close this particular data. Okay. So in MDG, right? So in MDG stands for master data governance. Okay, master data governance, right? So basically in MDG, we deal especially with this particular master data objects. Okay, so in MDG, we deal with the master data, how we can actually create or how we can govern the master data. So we will talk about what is governance and everything. But in MDG, like how you are creating your master data in a traditional way in SAP using the respective transactional codes. So we will actually alternative to this particular process. We use this particular MDG, which actually deals with your master data, whether it can be create or it can be update or it can be anything with respect to master data. We use this particular MDG module, okay, in SAP. At very high level, since everyone from the technical background, right? So at very high level, let's look at what happens when you create a master data using MM01. Okay, so this is your SAP system. Assume that this is your SAP system. Okay, so you have your the transaction MM01 for material creation, and when you create this particular material, right? So usually what you do, you log into the system, enter MM01, okay, and then you choose some industry sector. So let's say, for example, material type. So I'm just using this finished product. So you maintain all the relevant attributes for your master data. Select the views that you wanted to maintain here. Maintain some attributes, material description, and units. Okay. So you maintain all the relevant data. And what we will do, we will hit this save button. So when you click on this save button, so what happens? This particular data, whatever the data, the materials that you are creating, this material data, it gets stored in the backend, your the tables. So those tables for material master are, let's say, for example, Mara, MASI, or else MBEW. So we have MBKE. So we have bunch of tables which stores your master data, material master data. Similarly, if I'm creating a customer, I use the transaction code and the data gets stored into the backend tables, right? So here, as soon as you enter the data and hit the save button, the data directly gets stored into this particular uh, uh, respective tables. Okay, so now with this one, what happens is, let's say, for example, some person by mistake he has entered some wrong data, and when you click the save button, okay, so then what happens, the data gets stored into your tables, right? And this data can be, this material can be used for any of the like transactional activities, right? So you don't have any kind of review process or someone who is creating a particular master data in SAP. So once, if they have authorization and once they click the save button, the data directly gets stored into your backend tables, and there is no way you can, someone can review or anything. So you will come to know only when someone notice that, okay, this material is not required or this data is attribute is not correctly maintained and all that stuff. Then you come and actually correct that particular data using again the respect MM02 transaction code or something. Okay, so now let's take an scenario in between, right from creation and inserting this data into my table, right? In between, if I have another layer where the data will get, instead of directly storing into this one, where the data will get stored into the different layer over here. Let's say, for example, we call it as a something called kind of a staging. Okay, so this is again, staging means it's another bunch of tables. So as soon as I enter the data and click the save button, okay, instead of directly storing this data here, if that gets stored into my staging intermediate tables, and on these records, if I provide a way that someone can actually review these particular records, and they say whether this data is correct or not, or they can change, or they can actually do some audit, or they can do some what is it, review process, and finally they say okay, this data is good to go. And at that point of time, if you store this particular data, okay, into these respective tables, okay, so then that way actually we are introducing here a kind of a governance layer, in the sense we are adding another layer where which will give you a capability or a flexibility to review the data. And someone says that okay, this data is not a valid data, then they can actually reject that record, or they can discard that changes. Or if someone say okay, this is a correct data, then they will approve the request, then the data gets stored into this one. So basically what we are doing is, right from the creation process, and before the data gets stored into your final set of tables, if you add an intermediate layer over here, and you add all your review process on that particular layer, and take a decision whether to create that record into these tables or not. Okay, so that is what actually your MDG deals. That is one of the aspect that where your MDG deals, where it is adding your governance a layer. Okay, so where the we will provide a capability to review your master data, whether it can be create or change or anything, and finally the data gets stored into this one. So with this one, what happens is, the record that gets created into this system, every record that you are creating into this system, that has to go through this review process. And only the we call them like the experts, or probably it will be reviewed by the super authorities in the business. And then when you are creating, setting up that record into your actual tables, then that way I can say my master, this record is a golden record for me. So this record is already reviewed by some authorities, the relevant authorities, and I have a valid data in my system. Okay, so now with this concept, okay, how I can actually add in my SAP system. Let's say, for example, this is your existing SAP system. Let's take this is your existing SAP system, okay, where you have all your respective the transaction codes. I'm just taking example of MM01, and you have bunch of database tables over here. Okay, so now what I will do is, I will actually, instead of, I will add a layer. I will add an install an add-on component, nothing but your MDG component over here. Okay, so that means this is my MDG component. On the same system, we are installing one MDG component. Okay, so we are activating this particular MDG component, and then on top of the same existing system, now instead of creating when you actually install this component, it comes with some out of box UIs. Okay, so those UIs, let's say MDG UI, let's say MDG UI. Okay, so instead of using this transaction code, we will use the UI that is provided by MDG for your master data creation. So I'm not going to use this regular SAP GUIT code. Instead of that one, I will use MDG UI. Okay, so to create or to change or to display my master data. And as soon as when I create a master data, so this MDG component by default adds some kind of staging layer. So there will be a staging layer here. Staging layer in the sense it's a bunch of SAP tables only. Okay, so we call it as a staging tables. Okay, so as soon as, let's take a creation process. So you use this particular UI to create your master data. The data gets sit into your this corresponding staging tables, and this will be reviewed by different people. So we will enable some workflows in MDG. So in the workflow, like the person will submit the request, and the data gets sit into the staging tables, and after that this record will be reviewed by some approver, and once he approves this request, then that is the time your data will move from your staging area to your underlying active area tables, or this particular the backend of the actual SAP tables, right? So that way your master data, it will follow. Like there is a difference, like creating a the way how you create before MDG, you use this portion. Now with introduction of MDG, you use MDG layer, okay, MDG components to create or to perform any master data updates, and then you move the data to your the actual the backend tables. Okay, at very high level technically, this is what MDG does. Of course, it has a lot of other functionalities and everything which we will learn during this particular entire course, but at very high level to give an overview. So what is MDG? So this is what the MDG. Now let's look at what MDG offers. Okay, so the first thing, as I said, the governance. Okay, so when I say governance, here I'll just give you a typical example. So let's say, for example, you will have a kind of requester in the sense a person. Okay, so who wants to create a master data? So he will open your MDG UI and he will create a material. Okay, so once the requester enter all the data, he will hit the submit button or save button, right? So once he click the submit or save button, okay, so then in the workflow, we will insert something called a workflow, MDG workflows. So there the data will be submitted. The request will be submitted to, let's say, for example, approver. And approver will, he can actually again open the same request and he can review the data. If he feels that this particular data is correct, or else he can actually correct the data, or else he can actually reject that request so that it will go back to the requester, and he will ask the requester to do some additional changes, and finally approver will feels that this record is correct. Okay, so then this record approver will hit approve this request. So once he approves this request, that is the time where the data gets stored into your the actual the tables. That means into whatever the backend ECC tables are there. So this data will get stored into this particular table. So in this workflow, this is one scenario. We will say this activation process. Activation process. Okay. So once this approver click the approve button, then in the backend, which we will insert something called activation process. And as part of the activation process, the record that is already there in your staging table will be moved to your underlying tables. So I just took an example of material master, the same applicable for your customer. You create a customer using that whatever the text case 01 or the transaction code, and then the data gets stored into your KNA, the some staging tables for customer master. And then once approver activates the request, that record will be moved to backend your KNA1, KNB1, KNBB, those customer master related tables. Okay, so this is one typical kind of workflows that we use in MDG. But in between, right, between requester and the final approval, you can have a number of levels, like plant level approvers, and just like your finance approval team, or else procurement approval team. So all those things are, you can configure. You can configure in MDG how your workflow should look like. So this entire process, okay, this entire process actually leads to your master data creation or update process. Whereas in before MDG, all you will do is just enter the data and just click save button. So only one person is involved in your traditional way. When you are creating a master data, it's only the one single person who will enter the data and click the save button. Then automatically this record will be available in your the backend RMRC tables. But whereas in MDG, if you are creating a master data via MDG process, that means using this particular layer. Okay, ultimately I need the data in my backend table. Whether I will use the regular transaction codes, or I will use MDG layer. Okay, so that depends on our implementation. Okay, but however way you create your master data using MDG or this one, ultimately you need the data into this one. But if you're creating via MDG, you have the flexibility of configuring these kind of workflows where we are basically involving multiple teams or part of your master data creation or update process. So in the traditional way, only one person will go and create the data, whereas here, let's say the requester can be some person, but when it comes to approvers, usually we will have some senior persons or who is the owner of this particular master data, or plant level experts or finance experts, or else some procurement team experts. So we will add them as a those experts. We will add them as an approver or reviewer roles. So that what happens, these people they know what attributes that need to be maintained for this particular type of materials or for this particular type of master data, right? So if those people reviews the data, I will always ensure that okay, this record is already reviewed and it's a golden record for me. Okay, so that is one example of the governance flavor. So if you notice the difference here in MDG, if you are creating a master data, we are adding these workflows. Okay, so the governance flavor will come into picture. It's not only these approvers, adding these approvers and everything. We will also write some kind of checks in MDG when I'm creating a master data, right? So we will add some checks. If material type is equal to finished product, okay, so then these are the checks that has to perform. Okay, so technically in the backend you write some business rules, some checks, okay, which will validate your data. So when my material type is finished product, external material group should be mandatory. I have to fill external material group. So that is one business rule. You are adding one check. Okay. So MDG comes with out of box some ways framework where you can actually add those kind of checks. Okay. Some of the checks, there are different ways that you can add these kind of validations using BRF validations and BADI validations and everything, which we will discuss. So when I say governance, right? So we are like adding an approval process. This is one part of one aspect of your governance. Adding a validations while creating or while updating the master data. This is again one level of another aspect of your governance process. Okay, only the authorized person should allow to create or edit the data. So basically, we are adding authorizations. Okay, authorizations. Okay, in this process. So this is one aspect of your governance process. And derivations. Derivations in the sense, let's say when always my business rule says that when I'm creating a customer of external customer or internal customer, right? So the customer account group I'll be choosing internal customer. So when I select an always an internal customer account group, it has to extend to the default some sales organizations I have. 1001, 1002 are the three default sales organizations. So the business rule says that all the time whenever you create a customer internal of internal type, so this customer should be extended to these three sales organizations. One way is that whoever is creating that, you can ensure that manually they will do that extension. The other way is I can set up a rule in the system that as soon as you select this account group, it should automatically get extended to those sales organizations. So that way I can actually avoid that manual activity. Okay, so that we call it as a derivations. So based on certain things, you automatically system will populate some data, whether it can be plant extensions or it can be some unit of measures or it can be some text or it can be some class characteristics. Okay, so any data that which will automatically populate by the system. Of course, in the backend you need to configure those derivations. Then at the runtime, so when someone is creating the master data, that rule will get executed and those derivations will happen, right? So that is a systematic derivations. Okay, so this is again one aspect of your governance. So there are like, let's say for example, once you create this particular master data, this data has to be replicated to automatically. It has to replicate to some target systems. Okay, so that is again one aspect, like, okay, replication process. When I say replication, replicating the data from your MDG system to some target systems. Okay, so all these kind of features are inbuilt in this MDG layer. Okay, so these are the out-of-box features that comes in MDG. Either some of them you can configure, some of them you can write some logic code in MDG, but you can make use of all these features in MDG. Along with that one, also the change documents in the sense, let's say for example, I created a material today in MDG via using MDG process. And after that, so someone modified this particular material, like they extended to particular plant. That is a again another change process. After that, someone maintained some, they replace the profit center value. So when you create a master data over a period, this data can go for multiple changes by different people. But as a master data solutions, right, I should be able to track all these changes. Let's say in future there might be some auditor, okay, as part of the audit, who maintained this profit center. Originally the value is XYZ, now the value is 123. So who maintained that? So we should have a track of that particular changes, right? So this MDG enable provides you the change documents, where using which you can actually track all the changes of your master data. Every master data, right from creation till today, what are the changes happened for this particular master data, that you can see the complete history. Who changed it? What is the old value? What is the new value? When it got changed? So you can, are there any, did they maintain any, why the reasons why they did these particular changes? So MDG captures all those sort of information. You can collect all that information, which will help you to use during your audits or for some back tracking purpose. Okay, so all these features are your you will get as part of MDG. So that's what you can see the governance. When I say governance, so basically it enables all these sort of functionalities, whatever we discussed at very high level. Okay, so that is the governance side of story. Okay, one feature. Now coming back to the next, consistency. Okay, so consistency in the sense, let's say for example, as I said, in MDG it provides all the UI applications, out of box UI applications. Okay, so for material master, SAP provided some UIs, just like how they provided MM01, 02, 03. Similarly, they provided some UIs in material master for MDG UIs. Similarly, for business partner, customer master, for finance objects, cost center, profit center. So all the UIs are already available. Okay, so if you open one UI, okay, so the way how the UI application look like, right? So this is the same for all the objects. Maybe the attributes or field names might be different. Okay, where you can, where the placement of the buttons, save, submit, or approve, reject, those buttons, or you can track the change documents, the placement of change document buttons, or is the workflow placement of the workflow buttons. Okay, so the look UI look, the look and feel of that UI is consistent across all the objects in MDG. The search applications in MDG, SAP provides some search applications. Okay, so let me quickly show you so that you can visualize it. Try to see like how the, let's say for example, you can see here multiple tabs are there. Okay, in this one there is something called material governance. I'm just taking it as an example, so you can look at the UI application over here. With, you can see some links over here where you can use this link to search your materials. You can, using this link, you can create a material, you can change a particular material, you can mark for delete. Okay, so there is something called, you can perform mass operations on your master data. Okay, and you can look at the change documents. Okay, you can generate some reports over here with respect to your master data. So this section talks about your data replication from MDG to the target systems. So likewise, you can see this, we call it as a home page. So home page for material master. Okay. Similarly, this look UI look and feel, right? Similarly, if I go to this customer governance, you can see there is a tab over here, customer governance. So when I click on this customer governance also, the look and feel is same. Here, the same way you have a search customer, you have some the change documents, and you can generate the same kind of reports over here. your data replication. Okay, so just these links will take you to the customer UI, whereas in material governance it will take you to material related UI applications. Okay, now again this is a search material. If you click on this search material, it will take you to a search application, material search application. Okay, so here you can search your materials based on different criteria, based on material group, material type. So you can fully configure what attributes you wanted to see over here. Okay, so you can enter the data and you can actually click on search, where it will give you the materials based on your search criteria. So this is your search applications. The same way, if I go to customer also, and from here you can create a new material, you can perform initiate bulk operations, you can look at the change documents for the selected material, you can replicate the material from here. So similarly, the same if you go to the customer governance as well. So the process remains same, search customer. So here you will have a search application for customer master. Fine. But the UI look like the same, where in the top you will have the search parameters, in the down see this is your search criteria. When you click on search, it will based on your search, it will show you the results. And again from here you can create a new customer, or you can look at the change documents and everything, right? So the in MDG, right? So if you learn one particular topic, the same topic will be applicable for all the masters, like whether it's a material or business partner, customer, vendor. Okay, so that is what actually this particular consistency says, that across all the domains, the process remains the same. Okay, so whether being it's a UI applications, or being your replication configuration, or your rule configure business rule configurations, your duplicate check configuration, everything remains same. The way you can configure, you can use the same, follow the same steps to achieve that required configuration. So that's where this talks about the consistency. Okay, coming back to consolidation. So in MDG, right? So it has a kind of a subcomponent, call it as we call it as a MDC, master data consolidation. So what this consolidation talks is, let's say for example, here you have there will when you act when I say here consolidation, so it's again there is a sub component in MDG. So when you activate that, so that consolidation component will be activated on the same system. Okay, here what happens, in general, let's say you have multiple source systems. Okay, non-SAP systems, let's say this is one source system, this is again another source system, this is again another source system. Okay, and there is one more source system, one more source system here. Okay, so you these three source systems, you are getting the data from, let's say from these three source systems. Sometimes what happens is the same master data might be available in same record in the same three systems. I have a customer number, let's say HP customer, right? So for the HP customer, here the customer number is 100. Again, the same HP customer, here I have the number as 101. And because these are the three separate systems, it will generate its own customer number in the respective systems. So here I have another customer number, but your 100, 101, and 102 talks about the same customer. Okay, now when you are actually loading this data into your MDG system, right? So ideally we don't wanted to set up three separate customers in my system, which is a duplicate records. Instead of that one, I wanted to refer one single customer. Let's say uh, uh, the customer number is 1000. HP customer itself, the number is 1000. Okay, so what happens is you can actually load these three records into consolidation layer, which will consolidate and club the three records into one single record, which is where it will generate a number either 1000. Okay, now this 1000 is linked to this 100, 101, 102. Okay, so likewise, you can merge the records using the consolidation component. Okay, so we will talk about more about this consolidation once towards end of this MDG course. Okay, which is the latest one that SAP introduced, this MDC component. We will talk about that towards end of this course. Okay, but this consolidation deals with merging multiple same record from three different or multiple sources into a single record, right? So during that process, SAP follows certain algorithms, okay, to merge the records into one single record. It also come up with some consolidation, mass UIs and everything. We will discuss about this topic later. Okay. Then coming to integration. A typical MDG system, just like I showed you this from the source side, where you can get the data, MDG can receive the data from multiple sources, and you apply all your governance rules and everything. Ultimately, the data gets it into your the master data tables. And after that, you wanted to replicate this particular data into different target systems. You might be having multiple target systems in your organization. Let's say this is one SAP system, target system, transactional system. This is another transactional system, and this is one more transactional system. Okay, so this is my CRM system, and this is my SRM system, and this is my finance system. Or else you might be having one non-SAP system as well. So we call it as all these are the target systems, okay, where the transactional activities are happening. Okay, so in this system, these systems needs the master data, just like your CRM, right? You need to have a customers over here. Earlier, before MDG, maybe in the CRM system itself, directly I'm creating the customers over here. But now with the introduction of MDG, I don't create the customers over here. I will create the customers in my MDG system, customers. And these customers, once the data move to this particular, the actual SAP master data tables, I will automatically replicate this customer to the CRM system. Similarly, that way actually you can actually avoid creating the master data in the respect to individual systems and have one centralized master data system, and then replicate the data to the respective target systems. Okay, so similarly to the SRM system, you need the suppliers or vendors, right? So then you create those suppliers in your MDG system and then replicate those suppliers to your SRM system. Similarly, for finance, I need material master data, I need customer data, I need my supplier data. Okay, so you can replicate your customers, suppliers, everything to finance. So you can actually take a decision, you can configure in such a way that whatever the master data is required to a particular target system, that it has the flexibility where you can configure, okay, to this CRM system, I will only replicate a customer. When there is a material get created, I will replicate the material to this one. But when there is a customer get created in my MDG system, I will replicate the customer to my CRM system as well as my finance system, so that you can completely configure in MDG. Okay, so that's how actually your MDG system can integrate with multiple source systems. With those can be source systems, can be SAP or non-SAP, and it can integrate with target systems as well for the data replication. And those master data will be used for the transactional purposes, right? So this can be again SAP or non-SAP systems. Okay, so that's what actually talks about the integration part. Okay, so flexibility in the sense, let's say for example, in MDG, what are the master data that I can create as an out of box, right? So as on today, you can use MDG for material master creation. You can use MDG for business partner creations, for customer master, vendor, or supplier master. Okay, then you can use it for profit centers, cost center, cost element, GL account, okay, company code. So these are the finance objects. So all these things are finance objects. This is your business partner, customer, vendor. This is your material master. Okay, so these are the out of box. SAP already provided all the required functionalities to create these master data. Along with that one, there are some third-party solutions are also available. So those like in IS retail space, you can create articles, okay, article master. Okay, so you can also create article master. This comes under IS retail space. And similarly, in plant maintenance module, you have something called equipment, functional locations. Then you have bombs. Okay, so likewise, you have some objects under plant maintenance module. So these are the solutions available, third-party solutions, which you have to take a separate license. But by default, out of box, you get all this master data, okay, when you activate your MDG components. Okay, but ultimately, overall, these are the objects that you can actually govern using MDG as an out of box without doing just by configuring without much developments. You can actually start using the MDG for these master data maintenance. But along with that one, do you think in SAP these are the only master data that are available? No, there might be other masters also. Let's say, for example, employee master, or else let's say, for example, WBS element is one master we can say, or else plants also. So organizations can have their own master data. These are out of the standard which commonly used master data. Along with that one, there are some other objects also, maybe which we can say it's a master data for my organization, right? So then how I can actually govern, let's say plant creation is there. How you create a plant? Usually you go to SPRO configuration and create a plant. But instead of that one, business says that I wanted to govern this plant maintenance as well. Okay, so in that case, there is no out-of-box solution, but your MDG framework has that flexibility where you can actually develop your own master data as well. It's not only the standard ones. SAP provided this as a out-of-box objects, but along with that one, you can also create your own masters as well. You can design and develop in such a way that these master data also you can bring into MDG scope. That requires some development and everything. Okay, but that is it's not something not achievable. Your MDG framework supports both the standard objects as well as you can use it for your custom object creation as well. Okay, so that is what actually this talks about, the flexibility. Okay, you can say here it says that you can govern your for your own master data as well. Now coming to the last the feature, data quality. So data quality, one is why we are actually doing all this governance. Okay, why we are having all this approval process, review process, and everything. Basically, you wanted to have a correct record in your system. Let's say if you don't have a valid address for a particular customer, right? So you cannot reach the customer for your promotional events or for anything, so that way you are losing your business. If your in communication is not going to the right person, okay, so then you can maybe that will have an impact on your sales. If you don't know what is your current inventory, how many materials you have, how many materials in the system, if you don't know the your right inventory, it might end up in ordering more, and your inventory stock will go up, and that will actually create unnecessary loss to your organization, right? So that means basically, ultimately, the thing is that when you are creating a master data, every attribute that you are populating for your master data should be accurate, right? So your data should your data quality should be up to mark. Without, if, let's say if you didn't capture the proper address when you are creating a customer, you just mentioned only city and country, that when if at all you wanted to communicate to the customer, right, with the city you cannot communicate. You need to have that particular address or his email ID or his mobile number, something like that, so that you can actually reach to that particular customer. So that means this data quality ensures that always when you are creating a master data, all the important attributes are populated correctly in my system. So that way, actually, you can always have that the right data quality. So to achieve this particular thing, SAP has certain MDG has certain framework where you can actually define certain rules and the derivations and everything. At the same time, you can also measure your data quality. How many materials I have where so and so rules are matching. So if you set up that one and when you run this particular rules, it will show you, okay, out of 100 materials, 90 materials are passing these rules and only 10 materials are not passing these rules. That means your data quality is 90%. When I correct those 10 records, right, then my data, when I run the rule again, this time I will see all 100 records are passing that rule. That means my data quality is correct. You can measure whether it's a 90, you are improved from 90% to 100%. So likewise, SAP has that in MDG, this kind of tools are already included, which we will discuss during the course. But at very high level, you can see these are the important aspects of your master data. Approval authorization is, let's say, for example, when you are creating a material, so to extend this, first thing is the person should have authorization to create a material. That means just like in your SAP also, you should have an authorization to MM01. If you don't have authorization to MM01, you cannot create a material, right? And after that, once you have a authorization also, at every object level, let's say to extend to a plant this particular materials, plant level authorizations are required, or sales level authorizations are required to extend a material to a particular sales organizations. So likewise, at every level, it will check whether you have authorizations or not. Only the authorized persons can edit that particular data, or they can actually do that one. So that is what authorizations. Approval is something I will review the data, and if the data is correct, then I will say I'll provide my approval for this particular request. So we call that in MDG terminology, or in general in master data terminology, when I say golden record, that means the record which is actually reviewed by all the experts in the system. So that means, take this example. Yeah. So requester will log in. Let me show you here. I wanted to create a material. Okay, just like how you do it in MM01. So let's take example. I'm just clicking this create material. Okay, so you can see okay, we'll talk about this later, all these CR types and everything during our course. But here now you see here, this is equivalent to your MM01 transaction. Okay, in MDG, your material creation will look like this. Okay, so this, just ignore this part, change request part, and after that, right, so you see here basic data is there. So this is your material number. Here it says these are the important mandatory information. All the attributes that you see under this particular basic data section, this is a combined attributes of your basic data 1 and data 2 view. So you have in MM01, you have two views, basic data 1 and data 2. So all the attributes from this particular list are clubbed into one single place under this basic data. Okay. After this, you can see here the descriptions. So where you can maintain the material descriptions. Okay. So the same descriptions you can also see in additional data section. You can maintain the language and the material description. You can maintain the material description in German language as well. So likewise, you can maintain. So whatever pretty much you see in your MM01 transaction, all this plant view, then you have this trade related, sales related. So you will see all these views over here. Okay, in MDG as well. You can maintain the class data here, characteristics, purchasing related, sales, storage, warehouse management. Then you have something called a plant related. You can maintain the plants over here. So this is how your UI material creation UI look like in MDG. Okay, you can just expand the respective section and you can maintain the relevant data. Now you look at this, there is a huge amount of data over here with respect to material master, right? So as a requester in the sense, a person who is sitting at a particular plant, or some person who got an email or some hard copy that, okay, create a material with by taking this particular data. So what happens, the person will get a request, he will actually open this application and he will enter all the relevant data, right? So when he's entering all this particular data, as I said, okay, for all my finished products, FERT finished products, this external material group should be mandatory. So this is mandatory only for finished products, FERT. For other material types, it should be an optional. So that is a one business rule. So likewise, when during your MDG implementation, you might get n number of these kind of rules from business, or they will provide the requirements. You need to translate that into these kind of business rules, and you configure these rules in the back end. Okay. Okay. Once you configure these rules in the back end, what happens is once you enter this data, someone is creating this material and hit enter. In the back end, all the configured rules will get executed. And out of those 100 rules, if one or two rules are not met, then you will get an error message here, hey, maintain this data, this is not correct. And you will correct all the data. And finally, what you do, you submit this request. Once you submit this request, this same request will go to some other approver, and approver, he will open the same UI and he will see all the data, and he can validate what are the changes that are done by that particular person. And once he reviewed that, and once he approved from his side, there might be some another level of approval will be there. Okay. Okay. And there also the person will review and approve it, and finally the person will approve that request. That is the time where your data will move from your staging area or from MDG to the actual master data tables. Now, before reaching your data into your Mara Marcy table, right, it has all that review mechanism. You are setting up all this review process for your finished product, and which has been reviewed by 2 level or 3 level persons. That means when the data gets created into your Mara Marcy tables, that means it already gone through all this review process. So you can assure that the data is already reviewed by that particular person, and whatever the data that I have is my correct data. Okay, that record we call it as a golden record. So it depends on the business process. Okay, so you are right. In the system, there might be lakhs of records will be there, right? So what happens? All these records might not created in 1 day or 2 day, right? In over a period. Okay, so for some of the materials, what you can do is basically depends on the business says that okay, there is no review process is required. So someone is actually creating the material, it will just directly go for a activation process. That is, we call it as the auto approval scenario. So there is no person. But in this auto approval scenario, you will set up all the rules. The rules will run in the backend, and if the material that you are creating, if that passes all the rules that created in the backend, then it will go for an auto approval. There is no approval required. But if you think that there might be some materials which are not passing through those rules, right? So then those records you will assign it for a approval or some review process. Okay, so those workflows are flexible. You can say depends on that. If there are no errors, go for an auto approval. If there are errors, then route this request to particular approval process. Okay, so likewise you can take a decision. You can configure. We will discuss during our workflow topic how you can configure. So it's not necessary that every material that you create it has to go for approval process. Whatever business says, as per business, we will configure the workflows. We will talk about today, because after this slide we have something called deployment options. So there I'll explain that on which system I can activate my MDG component. Okay, but to answer your first question, right, what is this out of box? Now you look at this particular UI, whatever the material creation UI. So this is already comes with your MDG. Okay, so you no need to create this UI application. This is already available.
Okay.
Similarly, for your business partner, okay, so you can see for create material or the search material application. So these are already available, comes with your MDG. Similarly, for customer governance also, these UIs are provided as an out-of-box solution. Out-of-box solution in the sense, when you install your SAP logistics component, automatically you get MM01, MM02, XK01, XK02. So those are your out-of-box solution. You no need to build those things. What you can do at max, you might enhance those applications to add your custom attributes or something like that. That comes under your enhancement thing. But as a base, you are already getting, when I say here, all these MMBP, all these out-of-box solution, that means for all these objects, SAP provided the UI applications When I say UI applications, it can be for your search applications, create applications, change applications, display applications, everything, your mass applications, everything is provided as a standard. And the corresponding backend staging tables also already created. Okay, so that's what we call it as a out of box. But when you take it a plant, business says that, okay, I wanted to bring plant creation also into my governance scope. That means it has to follow the same approach like your approval process and everything, staging area. But for the plant, there is no out of box UI applications and out of box the staging tables, nothing is available. You need to build, you need to develop those things. That's why these we call it as a custom objects, these we call it as a standard objects in MDG terminology. So coming back to the next, right? So as I just said here, there are multiple ways. Ultimately, MDG is one of the add-on component. Okay, in which you need to install this MDG component to start using your MDG functionality. You need to activate the MDG component in one of the SAP system. Okay, so the base, the prerequisite is there should be one SAP ERP system. On top of ERP system, you can activate your MDG component. Okay, it's a single system. Whatever I show over here, one single SAP system. In this SAP system, this is your ERP layer, this is your MDG layer. Similarly, this is your consolidation layer. We will talk about consolidation later. Currently, our focus is on this MDG. Okay, so now there are multiple ways. Okay, when I say in which system I need to activate this MDG component, I can do here it, I can do on this system, or else I can also activate my MDG component here as well, or I can activate on this one as well. So that comes under your deployment option, in which system, which SAP system where you deploy your MDG component. Okay, so now before that, you see the typical MDG architecture is, you in this diagram, it's a central governance. That means you are having a dedicated MDG system which you will use it only for master data creation, not for any transactional activities. You use this system for only master data creation and then replicate the data to your respective target systems. So this is one approach from MDG point of view. Okay, so here this talks about the consolidation, as I said, where you will have the data from multiple source systems will come to consolidation layer. Here you will apply some consolidation processes. What is that consolidation process? We will talk about that during the consolidation thing. So basically, ultimately at very high level, in consolidation, you can actually merge the records. Okay, you can do some deduplication, some other consolidation processes are there. We will discuss this one. So this is only the consolidation point of view. Now, there is another hybrid approach which we call, in the same MDG system, you can have consolidation MDG component as well as your consolidation component, two components. So just like this, just like this. So these are the three different approaches where you can actually have. Here we call it as a hybrid approach, in the sense, in the same MDG system, you will run the consolidation processes as well as you will run your governance processes. Governance, we will use it for master data maintenance. Consolidation is to get the data from multiple sources and apply this one. But consolidation is an optional part. It is not a mandatory part. Okay, so if you don't opt for consolidation, still you can get the data from multiple sources directly to MDG. Without this, directly to MDG as well, you can get the data. Here, consolidation is optional, but MDG you can actually activate. So what it says is, you can, in a system, you can have an MDG component, you can have consolidation alone without MDG, and in the third picture, it shows that where you can have both components in the same system. Coming back to the next, so business functions, of course, this is 9.2 version, but you will have this application, the numbers will get changed with the recent one. 9.2 is the latest one. This is a little bit older one version back, this slide. Okay, but what this talks is, so first, in general, to activate your MDG, let's say this is my SAP system. Now I wanted to activate MDG functionality. How do we activate that MDG functionality in any SAP system? So this is the add-on component, just like how you have your SRM, CRM, or else IS retail. All these are the add-on components. So you will have your base layer of SAP. On top of that one, you can actually install or activate your CRM or SRM or any things, right? So in the same way, MDG also you can activate. How to activate your MDG? This is a basis activity, not the MDG technical person. It doesn't come under the MDG technical person scope. Basis will activate these components. So just for your knowledge purpose, where we will do, there is a transaction code called SFW5. SFW5. So where you can see all the business functions. Okay, so once you enter SFW5 transaction, so it gives you a warning message. You can just click on continue. You can see here all the uh, functions are available. Okay, in this one, we need to look at MDG, right? So just search with MDG. Yeah, you can see all these are MDG related functionalities, business functions. We call it as a business functions. So all these are actually activated in this particular system. There is something called MDG Foundation. We will talk about what is these different business functions. With respect to MDG material, there are some business functions are there. MDG finance related, there are some business functions are there. Similarly for supplier and customer and business partners as well. Okay, Bupa means it's a business partner. Okay, so these business functions are already available. Basis will activate these business functions. Okay, so once they activate all these business functions, then we will say this is my MDG system. You can also look at from the system status. If you go to product version, the installed products, does it show SAP? Okay, sometimes it will show one row over here. If not, you can see the component versions. There is an MDG application. This is the version. Okay, so you can look at this MDG, what is the current version as well, foundation, and this is the application. Okay, so this is how you can see whether MDG is installed or not in this one, or else you can, if you have access, you can go to SFW5 and you can see this is active version. You can see this bulb symbol, it is on. That means this particular business function is activated. If it is not activated, means it will look like something like this. Okay, so that way you can see whether it is active or not, these business functions. So with this one, we can say my MDG is active in this particular system. That is one thing. Okay, after that, there are separate business functions are there for foundation. In MDG also, they broadly divided into two categories: foundation business functions, application business functions. What is the difference? Foundation means, so MDG foundation. So this is a foundation business function. Okay. So when I say under found, this is one category. The other category is MDG application specific business functions. So in the foundation, irrespective of your master data, there are certain base components are required. That means base elements, base classes, the all the required objects are required. So that we call it as a foundation. So all the, when you activate in this particular thing, right? When you activate here foundation, which is a first mandatory one. So first you need to activate this foundation. Okay. So once you activate this particular foundation, so you need to activate all the business functions from foundation, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and up to 13, whatever is the latest. Each business function is SAP released in a particular release, right? You can see with these are the S4 related business functions. If you are on without S4 system, right? If you are on ECC version, this is the latest business function. If you are on S4 system, this is the latest one. Okay, so you need to activate all these foundation business functions. It's not like always you will activate the latest one. You need to activate everything because each this business function contains the delta changes, not the complete changes. So if you activate this 13 business function, so what SAP included the latest features from 2021 to 2022, only those delta functionality will be available over here. Okay, so with this 12, you will have the delta functionalities from 2020 to 2021. So likewise, each business function contains certain functionalities. So to get the complete thing, you need to activate right from the base. This is the original first one, and after that you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, everything. So when you activate this foundation, the core MDG functionality will be available. That is what it says. The foundation related business functions you need to activate over here. Foundation 750, and after this one, there is something called application specific. With respect to material master, also you have some business functions. Similarly, with respect to those are application specific. With respect to your finance, with respect to your supplier, customer, business partner, so you need to whatever the master data that you wanted to use in your MD SAP in your organization. Let's say, for example, I wanted to use only material master for now. Then what you need to do is you need to first activate foundation. Under application, you can just activate material related business functions only. This is mandatory for any object. On top of that one, when it comes to application, if you are using only material, you can just simply activate only material. But if at all I'm using after that I wanted to use customer vendors, then you can activate customer, then supplier, then bupa, business partner related, all these three business functions. If at all you wanted to activate use finance, then activate finance related. So these are kind of not necessary you need to activate everything in one shot. Depends on your requirements, which master data you are currently governing. You can activate those, or you can activate everything also. There is no harm. But this is which is something like mandatory. So in this diagram, it says that okay, you have something related to foundation, something related to application specific business functions. To use consolidation also, there is a consolidation related business functions as well. You need to activate those consolidation related. If you don't activate these, you activate only a foundation and application specific, you can only use the MDG features, not the consolidation features. So this is how basically it's actually basis activity. Okay, but just as a for our own knowledge purpose, how I can say okay, this is my MDG system, this is not an MDG system. Then this is how you can actually check if the business functions, the relevant business functions are active. Then you can say this is MDG enabled on this system. Okay, so that's the only thing. So the next question is, okay, we know I need to activate something called business functions to enable my MDG functionality. For that matter, the same CRM or SRM or all those things also will be activated using the business functions only. Later, SAP released one latest version, 2023. Then SAP provides one business function. You need to just activate that business function to make use of those additional new features. That's it. Okay. Now, so we know how to activate enable MDG, but now deployment, when it comes to deployment, in which SAP system I will activate this. Okay, so there are two deployment options we are talking. One is MDG as a hub deployment. Other one is MDG as co-deployment. Okay, so let's take what is hub. So to activate your MDG functionalities, base thing is, so the latest one here is SAP, this supply, MDG foundation. You can see where is this foundation. Okay, 9.2 is the latest version. 9.2 is the latest version, but these are on HANA. You can say okay, MDG 9.2. The HANA version is the 2022. If you are on a ECC system, right, not on S4 HANA system, only this will be activated till here. These four are not active state. That means not active in the sense it will be like in an inactive mode. This will be usually you'll get a when you put a cursor over here, you'll get to see whether it's active or inactive. you will get a message this is inactive, but somehow it's not coming in this system. So you will actually get to see this will be in inactive mode. Okay. And the other way is, if you go to any project systems, in the status, go to this product version. In the installed components tab, here you will get like MDG 9.2 version. You get that one row for MDG, but in this system it is not showing in this training system. But if you take any proper SAP, the projects that you are working, right, just look at the installed components, you will get to see one row over here. Okay, so that way we can know what is the current version, but the latest version is MDG 9.2. Okay, so now we know how to activate and what is the latest version, how to see the versions of MDG and everything. After that, in which system I can activate in my organization, I already have three systems. I already have three SAP systems in my organization. Okay, so this is one, this is another SAP system. This is again another SAP system. I already have these systems in my organization, where I'm using it for my transactional activities. I'm using it for creation of purchase orders, for creation of sales orders, and everything. I'm using these systems. Okay. Now I can also activate my MDG in these systems as well. Okay. But in this MDG as a hub version, hub deployment. Okay. Instead of using these three systems, one of these three systems for my MDG purpose, what I will say is, I will take a brand new SAP system, which is copy of either of these three systems. I'll take a brand new system. Okay. Which I will create a copy of these systems, but I will have my dedicated SAP ECC or S4 system, ECC or S4 system. Okay. On top of this system, I will activate my MDG related business functions. Here I'll activate my MDG related business functions, that foundation, material, and all those things. Okay. So this kind of approach, we call it as a MDG as a hub approach. Hub means you are having altogether a separate centralized master data system. And in this system, you just only create a master data. You don't create any sales orders or anything. It will be just like master data system. And once you create the master data, this data you will replicate to the respective transactional systems. So that means instead of creating the master data in these systems, I will create the master data here, okay, and I'll replicate the data to this particular target systems. This is one approach, which we call it as a MDG as a hub approach. Okay, so now in MDG as a co-deployment scenario, okay, so here what we will do is, you take these systems, and your criteria is you should have a base ERP layer. So all these three systems are having my ERP layer. So what I can do is, I will activate my MDG in one of the existing system, in one system. Assume that I decided this is my in this system I wanted to use the MDG as well. So here you can activate. Okay, so that means your transactional processes are running in the same system. At the same time, your MDG also running in the same system. That means your master data creation or maintenance, everything will run in the same system. And from here, you can replicate the data to the other two systems. So this approach is also valid. This approach is also valid. This we call it as a hub. This we call it as a co-deployment. Co-deployment means your MDG is coexisting with one of the existing system, one of the existing transaction system. So that's why we call it as a co-deployment. Here it's a hub. That means we are not touching these existing systems. Instead of that one, I took a brand new system and I activated my MDG. So both are the two different approaches that you can have it. Any of these, you can follow either of these two approaches. Now we need to know what is the pros and cons of each of these approach. Okay, so let's take by looking at these pictures, can someone tell me what is the pros and cons of each of these approaches? If you can think through. Okay, additional cost includes you are having initial setup plus your regular maintenance as well. So that everything comes under your costing thing only. It's a one of the drawback over here where here you are not having any separate system, so it's a cost effective this approach in code deployment. Actually, that is correct, the point, but I will put it in a different way towards end. But your point is valid. Yeah, yeah. So let me add from my side. So your points are valid, all these points. So let me put in a proper manner over here. Okay. So let's take MDG as a co-deployment. One important thing, the reason that always we say MDG has to be installed on top of existing ERP, either here or here. If you look at the down, you have an ERP. Okay, the reason that we are saying that ERP is what happens is in ERP. Let's take this example, right? You all when you are creating, I'll just show you here itself. If you see when I do an F4 here, I'll just go to some create material screen. So here, let's look at when you do an F4, it is showing all the material types. So from where these material types are picking up? Because in the backend, right, these material types are usually maintained in your SPRO configuration, the backend. It can be material types or material groups, your plants, everything, or unit of measures, whatever, everything you maintain under your SPRO configuration. So usually when you do these configurations, right, your ERP related configurations, logistics related configurations in that particular system, your MDG can reuse that. Okay, that's the reason we are saying MDG should be always on top of ERP, either here or here. Okay, now in this particular system, if you take this example, what happens? Usually you have your consultant or SD consultant when there is a new plant or new material type or something like that, right? So they maintain this in this particular system. Okay, so then when you maintain this in this the transactional system, automatically you can reuse when you are creating the material using the MDG. If both exist in the same system, ultimately those material types should be available. The configuration should be available over here. So in these systems, the consultant will take care of these configurations, right? So we call this data as a reference master data. When I say reference master data, the data that you use while creating your actual master data, right? Your examples are like your material types or material groups, or else your sales organizations or purchasing organizations, company codes, unit of measures, your currency. Okay, so likewise, when you are creating master data, you use your plants. Okay, so you use all this sort of master data. This is also kind of master data, but this we will say it's my reference master data, right? So this entire thing you will maintain in your SPRO configuration. When you are maintaining something, this kind of thing in SPRO, automatically in MDG you can make use of this because this data is already maintained. Whereas in co-deployment scenario, whereas in hub scenario, usually the consultants or SD consultants will take care of that process over here. Okay, but I mean here in SPRO. Okay, but if you have as a hub scenario, then you need to set up an automatic a process so that whatever the SPRO configurations are maintained over here, that will basically you need to sync to this particular system. Then only in MDG you can make use of that configuration, either via manual activity or via some automatic transport import. This configuration, whatever you do over here, you need to actually set up a process that this will always sync with the data, the reference master data that is available in your respective transaction systems. Okay, so this is an additional activity. Whereas here in case of co-deployment, it automatically works because you need to just maintain once. That's it. Then in MDG you can reuse. Whereas here, maintaining over here is not sufficient. Along with that one, you also need to ensure that it has to be maintained here as well. Okay, so that is actually that is an additional headache when you go for a hub scenario. So that is one point. Cost effective and reference master data is not required. Okay. So then the other point is, as I said earlier, in MDG, when you create a master data, initially it gets stored into your staging tables. And once the record get activated or final approver approves, the data will be moved to your underlying actual master data tables, actual DB tables. Okay, so this is an automatic process. This is a moving the data from your staging tables to this one. That will be automatically happen. You don't need to write any logic or anything. Once the final approver approves, the data will be available into this one. Okay, so that means here there is no additional replication is required. The replication is required only to replicate the data from this system to these two target systems. That means you need to configure two replications, one replication to this one, another replication to this one. Okay, so here replication 1 configuration, here replication 2 configuration. You need to just set up the within the same system. You don't need to do any replication, which will automatically taken care, but you need to configure to the n number of target systems. Whereas in hub scenario, right, your data will be available here. Okay, but I need to do a replication configuration to all these three systems. Okay, so replication 1, replication 2, replication 3. That means this is again one additional, of course it's a small activity, but still from the replication point of view, you need to ensure that the data is replicated to all the three target systems, whereas here you need to just take care of two systems. That is also one replication point of view. Also there is one thing, actually that advantage goes to this particular co-deployment. But above all this, see, these reference master data, you can set up one-time activity, or else replication, it's a one-time activity, you set up that configuration. So once you set up the process, this will be taken care in hub also. We don't really consider it as only the cost thing. Customer has to bear that particular additional cost. Okay, but one of the very important point when it comes to the hub versus co-deployment is, so one of the important point is basically what happens is, let's say for example, to activate this MDG version. Okay, so the underlying ERP version also should follow certain, it should be up to certain level. Let's say for example, to install your MDG 9.1. Okay, currently you are at 9.1, MDG 9.1. Okay, and this is your EHP, let's say EHP 5 version, EHP 5 version, your underlying one. Okay, now there are certain features SAP introduced in 9.2, the latest version, which I wanted to use in my MDG. So to activate, to move from 9. Upgrade from 9.1 to 9.2 version, SAP says that the underlying EHP component should be EHP, for example, 8. I'm just taking some random number. I don't know the exact latest version, but assume that it might be a different underlying component should be at a higher level, right? In this case, you need to also, just to upgrade your MDG from 9.1 to 9.2, you need to upgrade your underlying ECC version as well. So this upgrade is a big activity, because there are already smooth running transaction systems are there. If that request comes from this business side for this, from this transactional side, well and good. But just because of MDG, most of these transactional team owners, the business process owners, they don't agree, because there is a risk that something might get break when you're moving from here to here, or else that requires some additional effort, because you need to do all the SPOW adjustments and everything, right? Technically, and testing effort is required. After all these things, there might be heavy chances that something will get broke as well. So with that one, you cannot go for an individual upgrade for MDG, and it is tied up to always your underlying transactional system upgrade as well. This is one of the major drawback with respect to co-deployment scenario. Whereas in case of hub scenario, right, I don't care whatever this current, assume that it is EHP 5 only. But to upgrade from 9.1 to 9.2 version, here you can just simply upgrade EHP 5 to EHP 8. There is no transactional processes are running in this particular system, right? So I can actually, I no need to consult. Of course, there is some minimal level of testing is required, but your transactional system version can be lower level. What you are doing is you are upgrading from EHP 5 to EHP 8 here. Okay, so this is you are the owner of this particular system. Only the MDG business process owner should take a call, right? So there is no dependency with your transactional system upgrades in this hub. So because of this particular point, most of the time we strongly always recommend that go for a hub scenario. Now, again, another point technically that because in MDG also you will be running sometimes the bulk updates and everything, so which will occupy your work processes. At the same time, your transactional activities also will be running bulk goods processing or anything invoice processing, right? So that means your work system resources has to be shared across MDG processes and transactional processes. Whereas here both are two separate systems. You can use exclusively this system work resources for your MDG processes only. So you are splitting the system this one, right, into two separate systems. So there is no impact from the system resources point of view also. That is also one of the important point to consider hub as a preferred option for us. So you can see here these diagrams, hub versus co-deployment. Okay, in the top one, you have a MDG as a separate system and two target systems are there. Whereas in co-deployment, you are using one of these target system for MDG and you need to just replicate the data to other target system. Okay, so again here it talks about in case of hub scenario, your configurations reference master data you need to sync it to MDG system. Whereas in co-deployment, everything is available one system, so there is no need of doing that sync up over here. Okay, so these are the, I mean, it talks about the same points. Your reference master data synchronization is required. Future flexibility in the sense you can go for an MDG upgrades without having much dependency with your target systems. Okay, so whatever we discussed, it actually talks about the same points. Again, this is a summary of TCO is from the cost effective cost point of view. Okay, so again, there's one question, right? Can I install my MDG on SRM or CRM, those kind of things? Okay, by default, if your MDG is, you also need to look at when you are going for this co-deployment scenario, assume that here in this system, if CRM is already activated, you cannot use this for MDG functionality. Okay, that is the only one thing. Otherwise, all other SRM and IS utilities in all other add-ons is even if those add-ons are also installed, you can actually install your MDG. But what I remember from the last earlier discussion was CRM. You cannot actually on top of CRM system you cannot activate MDG. That is the only one point. But ultimately, there is a SAP node that is available, okay, which will tell you that what are the systems that you cannot actually install MDG on what systems. But mostly it's only the CRM. Other systems you can actually activate MDG component in all other systems. So that is one thing. So today we will be looking only the basics and everything. From we will get into the system and we will also do the create the scenarios in the system. Today I'll be covering all the basics. So in general, when you're working on MDG, the first question is what is the version you are working, or else whether it's a co-deployment or hub scenario. So these kind of questions usually come when you say I'm working on MDG kind of system, or else which master data you are working, MM or BP, or what object you are working. The next important thing that we need to understand the architecture of MDG. What are the things that is available in MDG when you activate your MDG component, right? So what are the things that you get it? So you see here in this particular diagram, the central one is your MDG layer. Okay. On the right hand side, you see the target systems. Left hand, you see some optional parts. Okay, so now these target systems are like where you wanted to replicate the data to the target system. Okay, we'll talk about this left hand side. Now let's focus on this central part in your MDG system. So in every diagram that I'm drawing over here, you will have the underlying should be your ERP thing, right? So that's what here even it says that your underlying should be ERP, and you have the ABAP layer as well. Okay, so by default, when you say ERP, this will be there. So this is your ERP system. On top of this one, you are activate when you activate MDG, this top box, right? You see all these are the different features of MDG. Those will be available. Okay, so out of all these things, you see these gray colored four boxes. Okay, so this talks about your staging tables. In MDG, we talk about the staging tables, right? So staging tables in the sense, basically, this is your typical MDG system. Okay, so where you will have your MDG layer over here. Okay, assume that this is your MDG layer. This is my MDG layer, and this is my ERP layer. Okay, so here I have my all my master data tables, DB tables. Okay, you can say your Mara, Marci, KNA1, KNB1, LFA1, LFB1, all your but triple zero, all those tables. At the same time, here SAP, when you activate your MDG, right, it creates different type of staging tables. For material master, there will be one set of staging tables. For BP, there will be one set of staging tables. For finance, there will be some one set of tables. Okay, so likewise, these staging tables also automatically get generated, these tables, staging tables. Okay, when you activate your MDG functionalities, business functions. Okay, so that is what it says. Material, you will have dedicated staging tables. Finance, you have dedicated tables. Business partner, which includes your customers and vendors as well. In MDG, we will call BP, customer, vendor, all these three under one single staging tables. Okay, and along with that one, additionally, there is something called custom objects. Custom object in the sense, these three are the out of box tables, staging tables, and you can create your own custom tables as well in MDG. Why I need these custom tables? To support your custom objects like your plant master or WBS element master or employee master, any other master data which is not comes as out of box object. I wanted to bring that particular object into MDG governance scope. Then you need to SAP provided a framework where you can actually generate the staging tables for your custom object as well. So that's the reason this is a generic one, and these are the specific staging tables created. So this entire thing deals with topic called data model. In MDG, we have a topic called, that is our first topic, which we are going to discuss tomorrow. That is data model, MDG data model. Okay, so when you're saying I'm working on MDG, some people which master you are working, or some people will ask, okay, which data model you are working. Data model means either a material master data model, finance data model. In finance data model, it includes all objects like cost center, profit center, cost element, GL account, everything. Here it includes customer, BP, and vendor. So these four boxes collectively we call it as a data model. But that is part of your architecture. You can see this is one of the component in your MDG architecture. On top of this one, you have your user interfaces, work centers. When I say work centers, so this is what your home page. This is a work center where I can look at the request. I can look at my workflow inbox. Okay, request created by me or pending by me, or else I can look at status of some request statuses. So you can use. We will go through this in detail, but this we call it as a work center. So when you activate, so you get the user interfaces for your search applications, for your creation, display, or change, basically master data maintenance. You have all these UI applications. The roles are available, out of box roles. The work centers are available. You already have some for the, you can configure your own workflows. So MDG provided a framework where you can configure your own workflows. This staging is nothing but these boxes. SAP MDG provided a framework where you can configure your business rules, okay, and your change request inboxes, your data quality, all these replication related, key value mapping. So all these we will discuss in detail. Each and every point mentioned over here is a topic for us. So your replication, key mapping, value mapping, we will be covering in data replication part. And this analytics is kind of reporting, okay? And you have something called change request concept in MDG. And there are such applications are also there, models are also there, and your UI framework. So all these are your MDG. We will be discussing each and every component that highlighted over here. And how you will access your UI or MDG via NWBC, NetWeaver Business Client. There are two ways you can access your master data that is available in MDG. One is using Fury apps. The other one is using NWBC, NetWeaver Business Client. So how you can actually access? You can actually go to the transaction code is NWBC. When you enter this NWBC, it will open up. You can see here this kind of link will get opened. You can, these are the different roles, or else directly you can actually click on this NWBC, the top link, which will take you to the home. All you can see here different tabs. One is material governance homepage is there, customer governance is there. So likewise, you can see all contract account governance is there. Okay, so likewise, you can see all the different master data governance homepages over here. Depends on the rows that you have. So this is about the MDG architecture. So here you see all the individual components within MDG, which we are going to discuss. Okay. So if I open this, where is this? The topics. Data model deals with your all the staging tables, staging area for every master data. Okay. And after that, we will be talking about the UI. So the UI applications. Then in the process modeling topic, we will be discussing how I can actually enable the governance for, okay, how we can create the workflows. It covers basically your workflows, enabling the governance. While enabling the governance, you might have come across like, okay, certain attributes I need to keep it hide at the requester level. Some sensitive information I need to display it only to the approvers. So all that sort of configurations you can actually do under the process modeling. In data quality and such topic, we will be discussing how we can configure duplicate checks, and you can how we can actually configure the business rules, validations and derivations, and how you can actually configure your search applications. And data replication topic, we will be dealing how you can actually configure the replications from source to MDG as well as MDG to the target systems. And key value mapping also part of your data replication. Data import framework, how you can load the data into your MDG systems. Technically, what are the MDG APIs are available, some code snippets, everything we will be discussing. The roles and consolidation and DQM topic. Okay, in these all these topics, there are SAP provides certain baddies, everything. So we will be discussing it at a particular topic. What are the baddies are available, and what is the significance? What is a sample piece of code that you can actually make use of? So all those things we will be discussing the technical details while discussing each and every topic. All the out of box objects, as I said, material master is already covered as an out of box object, and supplier master, customer master, and business partner is covered, and finance objects are also in out of box, you can get it. Similarly, along with that one, there is something called article master. We call this module as a RFM, retail and fashion management, where we can actually create articles. So that is also third party solution available. EAM, under EAM, asset enterprise asset management. So equipment, functional locations, your bombs, everything will be covered. Okay, so the concepts remain same. Whatever we discuss, all the workflows, UI applications, everything, the concept remains same for all these objects. Okay, so we will be discussing only that every each and everything over here. The baddies, whatever the baddies are available, right? So those baddies are again common across all these objects. So if you know for one object, so rest all is same for the all other objects as well. The same concepts you can apply. If I know how to create a workflow for a material, right? You can apply the same thing for your customer or business partner or vendor or any object. That we will see. We will discuss those when we are talking about these individual topics. But these are the out of box objects that are available. because in the standard material master already SAP provided the data model. So I can explain at max how you can include a custom attributes. But more than that one, when you start creating your own staging tables, the configuration from scratch for a custom object, right? That will be easy for you to follow the enhancements later.
Okay.
So I will be covering, in fact, we will start with the custom models only, especially for the data model and UI part, how you can create your custom UI application in MDG without writing a single line of code, how I can create from scratch an UI application. So if you know how to create a UI application from scratch, after that, you will easily, if I ask you to enhance, right? Let's say, for example, where is that? So if you know how to create a similar UI, just now I showed you that material creation UI, right? The same way how you can create a similar kind of UI from scratch, then it will be easy for you to enhance this particular standard UI. This is the out-of-box standard UI delivered by SAP, just like your MM01. But we will create in this course, we will create from scratch this kind of UI application. Then it will be easy for you to just simply add a one or two custom attributes on this UI application. So I'll cover both custom objects as well as how we can enhance the standard objects. So that's all about the basics overview, MDG and architecture overview, and we talked about the deployment options, everything. Okay. So after that, our first topic is data model. Data model basically deals with your staging tables, the complete staging area. So staging area is a temporary storage space where when you're creating a master data, okay, when you're creating a master data, that initially the record will get inserted into the staging table. So just like, okay, so here you have this staging area, right? So there is a person, this is your MDG UI application, MDG UI, material creation UI. Okay, so using this application, when you create a material, then and when you click on submit button, initially this data will get stored into your corresponding staging area, the MM specific staging tables. Staging tables. It will get stored into this one. Okay, and the record that exists in the staging table is a temporary. We call this as a temporary area. The data will be available over here for a shorter duration. That means once the request gets approved, right, the record from your staging area will be moved to your underlying actual master data tables. That is nothing but Mara, and the record that is there over here, it will get deleted. So this record will get deleted, and that record will be moved to this one. Okay, so that's the reason we will say this is a temporary area where the data will be there temporarily, and once you take some action, either you approve the record or reject the record, right? Even if you reject the record also, or if you wanted to discard these particular changes, the data will be removed from the staging area. Nothing will move to your underlying active area. Okay, so this we call it as a staging area. This area we call it as a active area, because we always use this word. Active area means where the active records are available over here. Staging area means where the inactive records. Here this is inactive area. Inactive area means the record is undergoing for some changes. Active area means this is the one. So the records that are there in my active area, this I can use for my transactional purposes. I cannot use this record for my transactional purposes. Okay, so now in data model topic, we will be completely dealing with this particular staging area and all, how we can create our own staging areas, everything. Because for the standard objects, already the staging areas, staging tables are already defined. Actually, we can create from scratch that particular staging tables for that particular custom object. Okay, but before going into this thing, right? So just remember this area we call it as an inactive area or staging area, and all the records that exist in this particular we call it as an inactive records. And this area we call it as an active area. All the records that exist in this particular area we call it as the active records. And this records your replication, your data replication, right? You are replicating the data to MDG to this particular target system. That replication happens from these tables, that it will take up the records that exist from this active area, and that record will be moved to your target systems. Okay, so when you are rejecting a request, we will actually capture something called the rejection reasons or some nodes. That is at a different level, and you can track that one every time. You can track that. Okay, so let's say for example, I'm creating a material. The material is screw is my material. Okay, for this, for the creation, right? You created one request one for the creation, which is approved. Okay, so this request got approved. That means the data is available in my tables. And after that, I created another request to extend this material to particular plants. Okay, so then this request also approved. That means all the plant extensions happens in this, the changes will be moved over here. Then I created another third request. Okay, and this request is to change the unit of measure. Okay, but this request got rejected, right? So when this request got rejected, I mean the record from your staging tables will get deleted. That is fine. But when I open this material and when I see all the changes happened for this one, right, or all the requests that are created for this one till today, I will get to see all these requests. In this request, I will see some of them are already approved, some of them is rejected. Now, when I open this request, I will see the status as rejected. There might be some notes why this request got rejected, what is the reason. So those we will be, you can see that information. It's not like something you don't have that information. You have that information. In the workflow, what happens is, in the workflow, let's say for example, requester submitted the request. It went to approver, right? Approver reviewed that, and he see some important information is missing. Then what he can do, he can actually reject this request so that it will go back to the requester to correct the data. So rejection means there are two ways. Here, when I say rejection means I wanted to send this request back to this requester. The other one is discard or withdraw, discard or withdraw. So in this process, what happens is you will approver can discard, or else you reject this request. Requester can have the option to discard these changes. That means at the discard time, the data will be deleted from your staging table. Provision. All this we will be discussing in detail in the workflows. What are the options? You can provide the discard option at approver level. You can provide the discard or the option at the requester level anytime. So this is completely fully configurable as per our requirements. We can configure that. So this is one, and let's look at there is a one topic before starting in the data model itself. We have something called flex versus reuse. There is a concept called a reuse concept. Flex versus reuse, the storage modes. Okay, so what is this flex versus reuse? What we are discussing till now, let's say user will log into UI and he will actually maintain the data. And once he submit the request, the data will get stored. No, we don't actually use this because this data, we never know when the data will be available and when the data will be deleted from this one. It's a completely for MDG processes only, we will use these staging tables. At ERP level, when you're writing some report or some program, right? Usually we don't use this one, or else at ERP level, maybe if you're generating some reports just to see how many records are inactive or how many are active or something like that, you can actually you can use this for only for read purpose, that too via APS. You cannot actually directly access this, read the data from the staging tables directly. So there are certain APIs are available. Using that API, we will read that. Just like you have your material data you wanted to read. One way is you can fire a select statement from Mara table. The other way is I can call a BAPI underscore material get by passing the material number. When I call that BAPI, using the BAPI, it will give me the complete material data, sales data, plant data, everything I can get it. So the same way, we always strongly recommend to use the MDG APIs to read the data from your staging. So your point is valid. Maybe for some requirements, you wanted to send some notifications to some person and you wanted to read the data. So you can read this data for using the APIs. That is possible, but only for the reporting purpose. But based on this data, you wanted to take some decisions, that is not recommended. I'll just introduce this. What is this flex versus reuse in data model? The first topic that we are going to discuss is flex versus reuse. Okay, so this flex versus the way how you store the data into the staging table, that actually matters. Okay, so what we discussed first, user will log into UI and he will submit the request. Then the data gets stored into your staging table. And once the approver approves, the data will approver means the final approver approves. At the last stage, we call it as an activation process. During that time, the record will be moved from staging table to your Mara table. That means your active here this inactive record, right? The inactive record will turn into active. When I say it will turn into active means that record will be moved from your staging area to your active area table, and the inactive record will be deleted. So you will have only one copy of the record, that too in Mara table or active area. This process we call it as a reuse. That means here you are reusing to store your active records. You are reusing your the existing SAP database tables to store your active records. So that is what this reuse concept. Whatever we discuss, that is a reuse mode concept. That means user will create, initially the data gets stored into your staging area until all the approvals are completed, all the review process, validations, derivations, everything will happen on your inactive record. And once finally final approver approves, then we will initiate a process, something called activation process. At the time of activation, your inactive record will turn into active record, and that active record will be moved to this particular table. Okay, so and the inactive record will be deleted from here. This process we call it as a reuse process. Any questions on this? Okay, so now what is flex? Flex means user will log into MDG, he create a master data, okay, and the data gets stored into your staging table. That means your inactive record will be there in your staging table. Okay, after that, once all the approvals are approved, and at the time of data activation, your active record also will get stored into your staging table only. It won't move to your underlying active areas. So initially, let's say you created a profit center. Let's say PC01. This is my inactive record. The final approver approved this record. Okay, so then what happens in the same staging table, my active record will be stored. That means the inactive record in the staging table will turn into active. It automatically, you see, inactive or active means there is an indicator, there is a flag actually. Okay, so there is a flag, and initial inactive means the flag will be 0. When you say active, that means this flag will turn from 0 to 1. I will show you in the system tomorrow. Okay, so if you see here it is 1, that means it's an active record. If you see it is a 0, this is an inactive record. That's it. Okay, SAP provided these two type of modes. In one mode, reuse mode, your inactive record will store in staging area. One, at the time of activation, the inactive record will be deleted and it will be pushed to your underlying one active area tables. In case of flex mode, inactive record gets stored into staging tables, but at the time of activation, the same staging table will be used to store your active record. That is what it's a flex. Flex means your the same staging table is flexible enough to store your inactive record. After activation, it will store your active record. That inactive record will turn into active. That's it. Yes, it will, indicator will change it to 0 to 1, but during that process, it will do some validations, checks everything, and finally, then only if all the things met, then only it will turn into 1. That process we call it as an activation process. It always 0. It always 0. You never see any with the 1 over there in staging, because at the time of it, when it is becoming active record, right, that record anyway will be moved over here automatically. So if you know this particular difference, if you understand this, SAP, you have created your material master data model, BP data model, using this reuse area technique. That means if you are creating materials or business partners, customers, vendors, even your article master or EAM object that I told, plant maintenance module, right? Equipment, functional location, these things. So all these 4 masters are designed in such a way that it always follows a reuse approach. You never ever you make this as a flex mode. These four objects are designed in such a way that it will be always reuse technique. It will always uses the reuse technique. The only object that follows this flex is finance object. So this finance object follows this flex mode. And when you are creating your custom objects like plant master or anything, it's up to you whether you wanted to design your custom object to follow flex or reuse. Okay, I'll explain why finance object designed in a such a way finance flex. Okay, reuse anyway. It makes sense for us to have a reuse because in any thing, right? Usually you will use this temporary area for storing your record temporarily, and ultimately you need the data over here. Okay, so it makes sense to make use of this one. But why finance, instead of following the reuse, they use the flex mode? That we will discuss. I'll explain that use case tomorrow. So tomorrow we will just start with this the reason why finance object is designed in a flex mode. After that, we can directly start with the data in the system. How we can create a custom data model, staging tables, and everything.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary technology stack used in SAP MDG? Option A, Java, Spring, and Hibernate. Option B, ABAP, HANA, and Fiori. Option C, .NET, SQL Server, and SharePoint. Option D, Python, Django, and PostgreSQL. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP MDG Technical? Our course is your ticket to becoming a pro at managing supplies. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG Technical. Think of it as a super toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. We cover it all, from the basics to advanced tricks. Created by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're seasoned pros here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly helpful. But here's the best part. It's affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP MDG Technical Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
What we are discussing yesterday, so the last topic that we are discussing about the type of the storage modes. Okay, so one, we talked about reuse mode. Reuse mode in the sense, so basically what happens is in case of there are two type of storage modes. Okay, how your data gets stored into your MDG staging tables. So that basically divided into there are two type of modes. So one, we are talking about the reuse mode. Okay, so reuse mode in the sense, so let's say for example, this is your MDG system. So this is your ERP layer or ECC, the ECC or S4 system. On top of that one, we activated MDG component. Okay, so you have your staging table over here, and at the same time, you also have our activated tables. So user will log into MDG UI application, and they'll enter the data and hit the submit button. So the data gets stored into a staging table. So here, when the record gets stored into the staging table initially, so as long as this record is available in staging, so we call this is our inactive area, or else, we also call this record as inactive record. Okay, so because this record is not yet finalized, this is being reviewed by some group. So then once this record gets activated, which means the final approves this particular request, then that is the time this record will be moved from your staging area to active area. So this we call it as a active area. This we call it as a staging area. Okay. So this type of storage mode, we call it as a reuse mode, because in case of reuse mode, your active data gets stored into the your actual ECC tables. the tables that used to store your master data like MARA, MARCI, MARM, MVKE, MBEW, that is for material master. In case of customer master, KNA1, KNB1, KNVK. For vendor master, LFA1, LFB1. So those are the standard tables that are already comes as part of your ERP. So that active records get stored into that one. So this type of mode we call it as a reuse mode. So similarly, we also talk about something called flex mode. Okay, so in case of flex mode, what happens is initially the inactive record gets stored into your staging area only. Okay, so then after that, after the record gets activated, right? So initially you have a inactive record over here, inactive record. Okay, and after once the final approver approves that particular request, then what happens? That inactive record will turn into active record, just like your reuse mode only. But what is the difference is where the active record gets stored. So that is the difference. So here in case of flex mode, the active record gets stored into your staging table only. It won't automatically move to your underlying the actual tables. So this type of mode, we call it as a flex mode. So because the same staging table is flexible enough to store your inactive record initially, then once the request get approved or activated, so this the inactive record will turn into active record. Okay, so there is a flag. Basically, technically speaking, there is a flag in your staging table. So the flag has values 0 and 1. Okay, so 0 and 1. Okay, so these are the possible values. When for the inactive record, so the value will be 0. So when I say it's an active record, so the value will to change from 0 to 1. Okay, so that's the only difference. We will see how the staging table look like and what are the important fields in the staging table. So we'll see that one today. Okay, so but this is what the flex mode. As we discussed yesterday, your material master, business partners, finance objects, even article master, and in plant maintenance, we call that model as EAM, Enterprise Asset Management. So all these objects, whatever out of box you get, right? So everything designed in a reuse mode technique, except finance. Sorry, here not finance. Here finance will come into this one, this side. Okay, except finance, everything will be reuse mode, which means if I'm creating a material, then initially the record gets stored into my staging table. Once I approve that request or the final approver approves that request, then this record will move to automatically to the underlying ECC layer. Okay, so similarly, the same case with BP customer vendor also. So initially the data gets stored over here and then it will move to the active area. Okay, once the final approver approves that record. If they reject this record, what happens? The record from your staging table will get deleted. Okay, so that's how the behavior, and these all these four models are four masters designed in such a way that it should always go with reuse mode only. You cannot change the pattern for this one. Similarly, for finance, it always flex mode, which means initially when you are creating a cost center, profit center, it will get stored into your staging table. And once the final approval approves, or once the record get activated, so the inactive record will turn into active record, and active record also gets stored into your flex mode only. Okay, so finance objects like your cost center, profit center, GL account, everything always gets stored or uses the same pattern, flex mode. Okay, then how I will get the data into my active area, into this system, the actual backend tables? You need to configure additional data replication. It's a additional replication that you need to configure to move the data from here to here. Basically, data replication is a topic, one of the topic that we are going to discuss later. So this data replication topic deals with moving your data from one system to other system. So in typical MDG, right? So you have your MDG system. This is your MDG system, and you have your target systems or transactional systems. Okay, so now when you're replicate, I need my master data in these systems basically, but I'm creating the master data in this particular system. So you need, once the master data gets created in the system, you need to replicate the data to the respective target systems, right? So this is what we call this entire replicate this pushing the data from MDG to the respective target systems, right? So that process we call it as a data replication. Okay. Now the same way here, in case of flex mode, the underlying tables doesn't have the master data, right? So I need to configure, just like how I'm configuring the replication to the target systems. I need to do a self replication. That means you need to replicate the data. Additionally, this is an additional replication you need to take care in case of flex models, if at all you need this particular data into this particular tables. Whereas in case of reuse mode, this process automatically happens. You no need to configure any additional replication. Okay, so that is about the reuse mode versus flex mode concept. So basically, the reason, first thing is, uh, if you look at the other objects, right? These objects compared to finance object, so these objects doesn't have any time dependency parameters. Okay, so I can create a material and I'll use it. But whereas in case of finance object, whenever you're creating a finance object, so it is also associated with something called validity period. When I create a cost center, right? So what is the validity period of this particular cost center? It can be valid for next 1 month, or I can create a cost center which is valid from 1st October to 31st October, or else it's from January 2024 to December 2024. So whenever you create any finance object, it's a cost center, profit center, GL account, or anything. So usually we will associate a time dependency. Now what happens is, in the advantage that we get using this flex mode for finance objects. So let's say, for example, uh, you are setting up an plant, or probably you are setting up a plant, okay, and to run this particular plant, you need cost center, profit center, maybe some GL account, all these finance elements you need it. Okay, so these objects, basically I need these objects, let's say from 1st October 23 to onwards, it should be available in my, this is my MDG system. So this is my target system, transaction system. So I need all these objects in this particular transactional system from this particular so and so date. Okay. Now today, sometime like in September, so I'll create these objects in my MDG. So this is my MDG system. Okay, and this is my target system. Okay, so I create these cost center, profit center, and GL account, all these objects in my MDG system, and I wanted to keep these objects, because if I push this data to the target systems, right? I wanted the business requirement is this data has to be available on this so and so date. So though I create these objects today, but I will keep it in my staging area only, all these objects, and I will on 1st of October, I will replicate all these objects together. Okay, so in finance, you have a concept called addition. We will discuss this addition concept when we are talking about the finance thing. So what happens, unlike your material and other objects, right? So I create a material, and once the record get activated, automatically the replication will takes place and the data will be pushed to the target system. Whereas in case of finance, right? So once you create these objects and once you approve these objects, so this data will get activated, but the active records will be there in my staging table only. And only when for every object that I create in finance, that will be associated with this addition. Okay, so now this is a parent. Under this particular parent edition, I'll have all these objects: one cost center, one profit center, one GL account. So now the replication will be controlled by this edition. Though these objects got created and activated, then the active records will be there in my staging only. So when I release this particular edition, in my MDG system, or else I will schedule a kind of this one, that this should released automatically on 1st of October. So when I release this edition, that is the time all these underlying objects will be replicated to the target system. Okay, so that means though your object is got created and it is active, you need to store in your staging area for some more time. And then when a particular instance or when a particular event occurred, that means your edition released, that is the time I wanted to replicate this data. Okay, so that way, just to control that one, SAP come up with this kind of legs where you will store your data in a staging for some more time. Only in case of reuse mode, the record will get removed. But in case of flex mode, the inactive record will turn into active record, and then active record will stay in staging tables only. This is one difference. Okay. Now coming back to how you are in case of reuse mode, right? How your the edit process works. Okay. So let me explain this. So this is your MDG component, and this is your the underlying ECC layer. So you have your active database table, and this is your staging area. So initially, I'm just taking of example of material creation. So user logged into MDG system and he entered all the material data. He submitted the request. Then the data gets stored into this particular staging table. Okay. Now this, so it's an inactive record. This is an inactive record. Okay. Now after activation, or that means after final approval, what we discussed is this data will be moved from inactive staging area to the active active area. Okay. So let's say, for example, the material number 100 got created here. Now this record will get deleted from here. Now what happens is someone wants to do some changes to this 100 material. Then they will log into the MDG UI, and just like you see here, let me show you here. So NWBC, because technically you need to understand how, where, at what point of time the data gets stored into staging tables. Okay, so one is during your create scenario, so the data will be stored, and once the record got activated or approved, the data will be moved to your underlying tables. Now this is my MDG search application. When I search my data, okay, so then what happens? You see all this bunch of materials over here based on your search criteria. So this data, it is showing from your combination of both your active data and inactive data. Okay, so that means basically what happens is it will search your Mara Marcy tables and it will fetch the data and show you. So during the data search results, right? So during your search process, it doesn't insert anything into your staging table. It will just fetch the records from your Mara Marcia, the active area tables. Along with that one, if there are any staging records are also there, it will get the staging data. Both the results it will show you here. The combined result it will show you over here. Okay. Now, after this, I wanted to edit this record. Okay, let's say this 23 record. Even when I click on this 23, it will show me the record in a display mode. This is just like your MM03. Okay, so this point of time also the record it is showing the this data by fetching the result record from your active area table only. When I click on edit button here, okay, I wanted to edit this data, right? So when I click on edit button, and once I do all the changes and click on save or submit button, that is the time what happens is this particular record will again get loaded into your staging, because now you are trying to edit that record. Always the edit means you are initiating some change process for this material. So it will fetch the data. That is the time where it will load your 100, the material number into again into staging area. And here on this particular record, the data will be, you can user, whatever user can change, right? So those changes user can do on this staging record. So assume that he changed the description. Initially, the description is ABC, material description. Now he changed the XYZ. So in my active record, I always still have the description as ABC only. Okay. And but my staging record, inactive record will have this XYZ, the description. Because the record that is there in the staging, it is not yet finalized. Someone is just initiated a change process. it has to reviewed, approved by other authorities, other person. Then once they approve that request, or once they finally approve that request, that is the time again this record will override the values into in with the record that is already available in your Mara table. That means your ABC will change with XYZ. Okay, so that's how your change process works. And again, this time this record will get deleted once it is finalized the changes. Assume that approver feels that this change is not required. He can reject this request or he can discard this request. That time your staging record will be deleted from staging area, but on the active area you will still have the old record only with the ABC description. So that's the advantage you get, because the working record will be in a separate table, staging table, and your actual record will be in your the actual master data table. So because the changes that is being made currently in the inactive record, that may approve or may not approve. So we cannot go with that assumption that okay, this will always will get approved and these changes will get reflected. Sometimes the record can get rejected as well. So until that record get approved, so we will say our active record, the record of original record is this one only, the one which you have in your active area table. Now you can see here some the same thing that we discussed, staging versus staging mode, flex versus reuse mode. On the right hand side, you see there is a active area, okay, and this is your staging table. Now after activation, activation in the sense, once the final approver approves, no matter how many levels of approval you have, approver 1, approver 2, approver 3, at the final approver approves that request, we will initiate something called activation process. That activation process is take care of moving the data from your staging to your active area. So that's what it says here, activation. At the time of activation, your staging record will be automatically moved to your active area. Whereas in case of reflex mode, right? So actually, this diagram little bit misleading. This is one single staging table only. There is no two separate ones. It's a single staging table only. This is your staging area, and this is your active area. Okay. So the inactive record will turn in after active at the time of activation process. Your inactive record with zero indicator will turn into 1. That's it. Okay, in the same staging table. Then, if at all you need to move the data from your staging area to your active area, you need a additional replication. Just like how you are configuring replication to the target system, so you also need to configure a self-replication to the same system to move the data from your staging table to active tables. There might be, let's say for example, now this I'm opening in MDG UI in a display mode, this particular material. So this one always fetches the data from the active record, wherever my active record is there. In case of reuse mode, it will fetch the data from your Mara Marcy, that active area table. In case of finance mode, it will get the data from my staging record, the active record from my staging area. So there is no question of having a different data showing over here versus the data that I have, the active record that I have in my backend table. That never possible. But what is possible is your activation process can get failed. Okay, so that is possible. Okay, that means what happens, let me show you here. So you have your staging record and this is your active area. So initially the material number is ABC. Okay, so you have the material in staging area, you change the description to XYZ, and this record got activated also, approved, final approved. Now ideally there is, we call it something called activation process. So during the activation process, ideally this should ABC should replace with XYZ. But sometimes what happens is your activation process may get failed, okay, due to any reason, maybe because of this connectivity issue or something, like because of some reason, this process might get failed. So that means when I say this process got failed, then that means this record is not updated in my stage active area. That means in my active area still I will have my old record only. So this type of cases, we need to handle as an MDG technical or the functional resources, right? So business says that, okay, I change the description of this particular material via this particular request, and but I'm not able to see those changes in my when I open this particular material. Then you can trace back that, okay, take that request and look at why this is, whether that request is approved or not, are there any activation failures or not. So that technically you need to troubleshoot and take care of that, why this got failed. Okay, so that we will discuss during I mean in the coming sessions, how we can troubleshoot and all those things. But in case of if activation get failed, you will still see the old record on your active area. So when I open my UI this to see this particular material, right, it will always show the description as ABC only. But ultimately, whatever the data that is there in my active area, so the same data will get displayed over here. So that means what you are saying is, let me take so in case of flex mode, okay, so your activation got success,
Hmm.
activation, right? But
Good.
the so this is your active area, but here this is a replication. So this replication might get failed. Okay, this replication might get failed. Now on the UI, it always MDG UI. If you open your cost center or profit center, whatever the the flex record, so this always fetches the data from your staging active. It will look at the active record from your staging table only. So ultimately, since this activation got successful, I will see the latest data over here. But if you open the GUI transaction to see the cost center, profit center, just like we have MM03, the display transaction, right? So I don't
Right.
know what is the transaction for cost center or profit center, the GUI transaction. If you open up that GUI transaction, because this is nothing to do with your MDG, it will always look at your the standard tables, and when you try to open this request, it will fetch the data from here, active area. So in this case, here you will see a old record. If you open in MDGUI, it will show you the latest record. So the issue can happen at your activation level or at your
Hmm.
replication level. So
Hmm.
those are the points where we need to actually go step by step approach when something you
Hmm.
are troubleshooting, right? Okay, first whether this request is approved or not. Okay, it is approved. Whether this request activation was successful or not. And after that, okay, activation is done, whether this request got replicated successfully or not. Okay, even in replication also, if you take about the target system, so what happens, your outbound replication might get successful if you open that in the system, but maybe there it might get failed in a inbound process in the target system. So you need to see all those failure points and go step by step approach to find out where the issue is. uh, then after this, okay, so let's now look into that, get into the system basically. So once you log into any MDG system, right? So just like your SAP system, all the configurations we do, there is a transaction code, okay, to do all MDG related configurations. So basically, the configuration will be under SPRO. You could open this SPRO. Under SPRO, cross application components, then process and tools for enterprise application, master data governance. When you expand this, central governance. Okay, so this is the place where you have the all the required configuration. Okay, so here you can see general settings and some settings with respect to each object, each standard object. So settings for material, for customer, supplier, partner, finance objects, contract account is also part of your BP. Okay, and when you expand these general settings, you will see all these your data model, UI modeling, your workflows you can configure over here, your applications you configure over here. Okay, so your rules, validation, business rules, search application, duplicate check, everything you configure over here. So everything under this particular general settings. Okay, so if you look at this path, right? So this is a little lengthy path where you need to travel right from SPRO till to reach this position. So there is a shortcut T code also. So always we will use MDG IMG. The transaction code is MDG IMG, which will directly take you to this configuration. You no need to go from SPRO, cross application component, process and tools, and then master data, and then central governance, all those things. It is not required. You can just always use this shortcut, the T code MDG IMG. So 90% of the configuration, not 90, 99% of the configuration we do under this one only. Whether it is a technical configuration, functional configuration, anything we can do under this MDG IMG. Okay. And one advantage with the technical folks is, especially with respect to MDG, when you're working on any MDG projects. So in MDG, you say 70% of the configuration is like a technical configuration, in the sense where you need to implement the baddies. The data model is also, it's purely technical. Your UI configurations are technical. Okay, so workflows also. So all these things are basically comes under technical part. And there is little bit of, usually you say some 20-30%, that is usually the functional config, functional folks will do. So the point is, whatever the functional can do, that 20% or 30% configurations, that can be done by MDG technical also. Because see, ultimately, if you know this entire configurations, this all this configuration that is done, our entire course, whatever the topics that we are going to discuss, that is revolves around this particular configurations only. So you can do, as a technical person, you can do all these configurations. Okay, but for the functional, right, they cannot do everything. Like there are baddies are there. Functional cannot implement baddie, they cannot write the code. Data model topic is there, UI developments are there. Okay, so all these things, maybe they know the concept, but they cannot do on their own. They need a technical dependency. Whereas for the technical persons, they can do end to end with respect to MDG, everything they can do the configurations. Okay, fine. Now coming back to, so you see here, this got divided, basically broadly categorized into two things. One is general settings, the other one is your object specific settings. Again here, all the common configurations in the sense, most of the configuration we will do under the general settings only, like your data model configurations, UI, everything. Apart from that, there might be some 10% of configuration which is very specific to material master, or very specific to a business partner or customer master. So for those configurations, we will actually we will do some things over here. Okay, but most of the configurations we do under this particular general settings only. So in this one, the first topic that we have is data model. Okay, so as I said, data model topic deals with your staging area, complete staging area. Okay, so if you open this, like the staging area, this is basically ultimately in the backend, you will have a staging table. Table in the sense, just like your S11 object only, normal database table only. But what is the difference in normal modules, right? So, or in any normal case, you create a Z table, like custom table or some table, okay, for any to store some data, or else you will use the standard SAP tables. Whereas in case of MDG, those staging tables we don't create. The staging tables, we do some configurations in the data model, and finally there is a process called the activate process. So once you activate your model, automatically based on the configurations you do under this data model, staging tables will get generated automatically. Okay, so even here we never ever create or modify the tables directly by going into S11. It will be done by the standard framework only, MDG framework. Okay, all we need to do is we need to do a configuration in the data model. So here, if you look at the data model concepts, right? So at the top level, you have something called data model, which is a parent. Okay, so let me explain here. So in normal case, you have your Mara table on active area side. I'm just taking one example. Okay, so this particular Mara table you have, and you assume that you have Marcy table. Okay, in this Mara table, you have the table attributes, the fields like material number, then you have material type or material group, okay, or else industry sector. Some fields, table fields. Here also you have plant, then you have something called, let's say, for example, material number also there here, and you have some plant status, some fields. I'm trying to compare this with how your data model design will look like. Okay, so these are the two tables. I'm just taking two tables with some table attributes. This is on your active area side. So corresponding to this one, to your table name, here you will have something called entity type. Entity type. Okay, so there will be something called the entity type. So the entity type, in the sense, let's say my entity type name is material. The name of the entity type is material. Material here. Okay, so this name is equivalent to just like your table name. This I will call the entity type. Under this entity type, I will have the fields. Like just like how you have material number, material type, material group, you will have here material number, material group, then material type, then industry sector. Just like you have some attributes. So, okay, you will have some entity type, something called entity type. Under the entity type, you have these attributes. This is how we create entity type in MDG site. Similarly, corresponding to plant, I'll have, let's say, for example, plant is my entity type, entity name. Under this plant, just like how we have these attributes, so I'll be having the other attributes, plant, then material number, then status, like this. Okay. Now, you see in Mara and Masi, so there is a relation between these two things. The relation is, for every material that you create over here, okay, you will extend this material to some plants. So similarly here, we need to define a relationship between your material and plant. So there is something called relationship between these two entities. Relationship. You need to define the relationships. Okay, and this entire thing I will put it under something called data model. Data model. So at the top, you have a node called data model. Under data model, you have entity types. Okay, so this is one entity type, this is another entity type, and under each entity type, you have attributes. Okay, and if you have more than one entity type in your data model, you define a relationship between those entity types. So this is what this kind of configuration we do in MDG. And once you do all this, define the data model, under data model entity types, under entity types attributes, and the relation between entity types. Once you do all these things, finally you activate your data model. You need to activate your data model. So when you activate your data model, that is the time system will take these entity types and attributes and the relationships. Accordingly, it will automatically generate the required staging tables for you. It will automatically generate the staging tables. You no need to give, because it knows that what are the fields are there. So system will create one staging table corresponding to your entity type. Okay, and under that staging table, it will add all these attributes. Similarly, for plant, it will create one more staging table, and it will take all these attributes. Okay, and to define the foreign key relation between the material and plant staging table, it will make use of the existing relationship. So that's how your staging tables will get generated in MDG. Okay, so you can see we will create one data model from scratch. We will do all these things today. Okay, so if you look at the data model concepts, you have something called data model at the top level. And under data model, you can create n number of entity types. Under each entity type, you have an attributes. When you are adding an attribute, just like in table, you need to mention the data elements. So here also we will mention the data element. And when you have more than one entity type, you can define with relationships. Okay, this is all about your data model. In the entire data model topic, we will be discussing all these, what are the different entity types are there, what are the different relationships are there, everything we will discuss in the data model topic. Okay, so now, just like these data models are, as I said, for material master, already the data model is already available. The name of the data model for material master is It's a name of the data model. Under this one, you have all different entity types, and under entity type, you have different, attributes. Similarly, SAP already created one data model for business partner, which will include your BP plus customer plus vendor. Similarly, there is a data model already available for finance. For finance, this is already data model is available. The name of the data model is OG. So this is OG is the data model name for finance objects in MDG. This is the data model for business partners. This is the data model for material master. For article master, the data model is AR. For EAM objects, the data model name is U1. So these are the only data models that comes when you install your MDG, when you activate your MDG component. When I say out of box objects, that means SAP already created the data models for these objects, and the corresponding staging tables are already available. Now, if at all I need to create one plant master or custom object, right? I need to create my own data model. So that can be, let's say, for example, Z1 is my data model, custom data model. Under this data model, I need to create entity types, attributes, relationships, and finally I'll activate my data model. So system will generate staging tables for this particular data model as well. Now I will use this staging area to store my data, custom data. Okay, so let's see how the standard models look like for now. So in MDG IMG, once you expand the general settings, there is something called data model. When you expand this data model, there is something called edit data model. Click on this edit data model. This is the data model that is already available for finance. This is for business partner, customer, vendor. This is for material master. Article master and EAM data models, you don't find it over here. Okay, so those are you need to take a separate license. So in any training systems, at max you can get to see only these three data models from SAP. To see that article master or something, that the customer or someone has to take the license, and then basis has to activate the business function, then you will get to see those data models. And this is a S-Flight data model that SAP provided for practice purpose. That's it. Other than this, whatever you see here, starting with Y, Z, all these are the custom data models. Maybe people created for their own practice purpose. Okay. Now, so as I said, let's take one example, material master data model. And under this particular data model is nothing but collection of entity types. You see, all these are the different entity types. And here the main entity type is material. The type name of that entity type is material. This is the main entity type, material. This is corresponding to your Mara table. Okay. Now, as I said, one is data model at the top. Under data model, you will have collection of entity types. Under entity type, you will have attributes. So you can see here, all these attributes are, because this reflects your Mara table. So you can see here all the attributes mostly from Mara table. You'll have your attributes like your material types. So all these attributes mostly are corresponding to your Mara table entries. You will find the attributes over here. Okay. Now there is something called relationships also. And once everything is available, right? So finally, this data model, since it's a standard data model, it's already in active state. Okay, so once you create your model, finally you need to click on activate. Then this is the time where the staging tables will get created in the system. Now, how do I see the staging tables for this one? For material master data model. Okay, so for that one, uh, there's a report. I need to look at the transaction code, but there's a report USMD underscore data model program. Okay. Now, because it's a generated tables, right? You cannot remember that name of the table. You have to always go via this particular program. Run this program. Here you need to input your data model. Let's say in our case, data model, I wanted to see the staging table for or else you can select it from F4. And once you execute here, now it will show you what are the entity types corresponding to this entity type. What is my staging table name? If you look at the name of the staging table, this is like system generated, right? We cannot actually remember this. And these names might different from one project to another project, one system to another system, because these are generated by system. So we never ever remember the staging table names, or you never ever directly write a select star from the staging tables, because these are generated ones. Okay, so there are APIs are there which we will use to read the data from this staging table. Okay, now here I'm just taking one example here corresponding to material entity type. This is my staging table. If I double click this, it will take me to the test C11 table. Now see, this is your staging table name corresponding to your Mara table. And you will have all these attributes. And you can also see the data in the staging table. Okay, so we will talk about this in detail. As I said, there is something called USMD active, which will tell you whether this is an active record or inactive record. If you look at the domain values for this one, you have 1 and 0. Okay, so this is at very high level. What is a data model? So you need to always remember this hierarchy. Data model. Under data model, you can create entity types. Entity type 1, entity type 2, entity type 3, something like this. Okay. Under entity type, you can have attribute 1, attribute 2, attribute 3. Here also the same thing. Okay. Now, since you have more than one entity type, you need to define the relationships. That's it. And once finally your configuration is done, then you need to activate your data model. When you activate this data model, system will create one staging table 1, staging table 2, staging table 3. And assume that you have done all these things. And after that, you decided to add one more attribute here. You can do that one. Do add some more changes and again activate your data model. So system will adjust again those delta changes into your staging tables. No. I mean, that is again a different thing. But in data model, this is how it works. I mean, in a way, logically, it follows the same kind of thing, but don't try to compare with that because it is a different concept over here. See, the thing is that instead of you creating the staging tables, so SAP gave that framework, your data model framework, where you do all the configuration there and activate your data model so that the staging tables will get generated. Since already the standard data models are already available over here, like MMBP and everything, right? So we cannot actually do anything with this. At max, what you can do is you can enhance these data models to include your custom attributes. That comes under your data model enhancement. Just like how you enhance your standard Mara Marcy tables, right, using append structures. So here also we need to follow a certain steps to, if at all I wanted to add some custom attributes, then you need to identify the right entity, add the custom attributes under that entity. Or else if you are creating altogether a new custom table as part of your material master, then you might need to create a altogether, add a new entity under the data model. So those scenarios comes under your data model enhancement. Okay. Now, there are two use cases which we are taking. One is first, let's try to take one use case where you need to create a data model from scratch, so that you will understand all the configurations when you are creating from a right from the scratch, right? So data model. So we will be touching upon each and every concept, right? So after that, once you know how to create a data model, enhancement is very easy for you. Okay, so my point is that let's take one use case which where we need to create one data model from scratch, and we will see all the go through each and every setting of the data model, and then we will generate the staging tables. This is one, and corresponding to the same data model, we will create the UI application as well. So which we will use it to store the data. Okay, so after that, then let's explore how we can actually enhance the second use case where we can enhance the standard data models. Okay, so in the project implementations, most of the time you will be 90% of the time we will be enhancing the standard data models. Very rare cases you will create a custom data models if something is not there in the standard, and you which actually request to create a custom data model, just like bringing a plant creation into the governance scope. Or else I want someone says that I wanted to create this master data using MDG process governance scope. So then that is the time, if that is not, there is no standard object, and then you need to create a custom object. Okay, so this kind of scenario, creating a custom object, custom data model, is maybe out of 10 cases, you will find one or two cases where you need to create a custom data model. But still, if you spend time on how to create a custom data model, right, it will, first thing is we will be touch basing each and every concept of the data model, and the second thing is enhancement will become very easy for you. Okay, so just like how you can see how others are creating here the custom data models, right, for their practice purpose. Someone created a product master, someone created a purchase info record, just like this, right? The same way we will also create one custom data model. We'll take one use case, we'll create one custom data model, and then we will see each and every setting and how the staging tables are getting generated. Let's take one use case. I'm just taking here example of same material master because everyone knows this particular concept. So instead of introducing something like purchase info record or something else, let's take a very simple use case, material master. So in general, if you look at the material master, right? So I'll go to Mara table. So here in material master, Mara is the parent table, where the first material basic data gets stored into this one. Okay, so here the key is material number, and along with that one you will have all the other common generic attributes. Whatever you have over here, material type or these things, right? These are very common irrespective of your plant or sales or anything. So this is the common attributes at a material level. Now, the requirement is we wanted to create one material data. Along with that one, I wanted to extend this material to multiple plants. So when I say plant, that is equivalent to this Marcy table. Okay. So in case of Marcy, whatever the plant extents you are doing, this is with corresponding to a particular material. So here the key is the material and the plant. Okay. And along with that one, there is a plant specific attributions also there over here. Okay, so we will take the same example, similar example. I wanted to create a material. Let's say material screw is my material number. Okay, so here I'll have some attributes like material type, then material group, then industry sector, something like this. And this same material I wanted to extend it to plant 1000, and I wanted to extend it to 2000 and 3000 plants. At plant level, I have different attribution. Okay, so this is the scenario. So we wanted to basically have a data model which will support this kind of setup. Okay, so for this one, let's take first we'll create one data model. First one data model. Okay, under this particular data model, we will take one entity which will be equivalent corresponding to your this Mara table. Okay, so we take one entity. Okay, the name of the entity I'm taking here, let's say, for example, product, the name of the entity. Under this entity, I'll add some attributes like material number, then product type, product group. Okay, so now after this, I will also create another entity. That entity name might be plant, let's say plant entity. Under this one, you can have some attributes, plant level attributes. Since you have more than one entity in a data model, under one data model, if you have more than one entity, you need to define the relation between these two entities. And then finally activate your data model. So when you activate this particular data model, system will generate one staging table, staging table one for this one with these attributes. It will generate again another staging table, okay, with these attributes. So now there will be two staging tables. One staging table will store your product, the generic attributes. Another staging table is to store your plant specific attribution. Okay, so this is my, again, I'm just coming, opening here, the same MDG, IMG. Okay, so this you always need to remember this transaction code because every time we use this transaction code MDG, IMG. Okay, so then general settings, data model, edit data model. Okay, so first we need to create one data model. So click on new entry. So I'll just look at the names. So we'll take one unique name. Okay, so the name of the data model, whatever the name that you are giving to your custom data model, always it should start with Z, Y, or X. So in general, right? So Z and Y namespace are reserved for customer namespace, even X as well. So you can create the data model with starting with Z, Y, X. Okay, and after that it should have a length of 2 characters only. The data model, name of the data model always accepts 2 character length. So your data model name always should be like Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, or else ZA, ZB, ZC, Y1, Y2, Y3, YA, YB, YC. So with those combinations, you can create the different data models. But hardly will have one or two custom data models, not more than that one. So we never exist with, we never have any issue with this naming thing. Okay, so that is the fixed one. So you need to always, I'm just creating a data model name starting with Z, let's say for example, T. And this is the description of the data model. I'll say here, product master. I'm just giving it a custom model. Okay, so this is my data model name. Okay, now here you have something called active area. Active area. Okay, so let me open in a display mode in other window. So there is something called active area. If you look at for the finance data model, this active area is blank. And for business partner, material master, other data models, there is some name defined over here, active area. So what is this active area? What happens is we discussed that in case of a reuse mode, this is your staging table, this is your active area tables. Okay, in case of reuse mode, the inactive record will turn into active. That means the data will move from your staging table to these tables. How it will, we said there is something called activation process, and this activation process will take care of moving the data from staging to active area table. So how it will be done? There is something called in the backend, okay, in MDG, SAP come up with something called reuse area. Reuse area. So this is a technically a word or name that we use, but what is behind this reuse area is there is something called access class. Access class. Okay. So ultimately, this access class is responsible for doing this activation process. So all the code has been written inside this access class. So that means wherever you see a reuse mode object, that should have this access class which is linked to reuse mode, and that reuse mode we are mentioning in our data model level. Okay, now look at this, the standard one, there is something called active area material is mentioned. This is a by standard SAP. Now what is the name of this access class? You can see here on the left hand side, corresponding to material, this particular class is the access class. This is responsible for giving that the reuse nature for your data model. That means inside this particular access class, it has the multiple different methods. Those methods are responsible for moving the data from your staging area to active area at the time of activation. Okay. Now, similarly, what we discussed here is if I wanted to edit the data, during the edit, this data has to be loaded into my staging table, right? So again, this access, how it is getting loaded into my staging, how system knows that it has to go through these set of tables, read the data, and insert into these staging tables only. Again, this access class will do that activity for you. So basically, your read, write, search, all these operations, whatever we do, that update, all these options, right? So all these CRUD operations basically performed by this particular access class. Your authorizations checks, whether I have an authorization to extend this particular material to a plant or not, whatever your standard ECC authorization checks, so those checks will be performed by this access class. If you have authorization, then only it will allow you to do the changes. If you don't have authorizations, it won't allow you to do the changes. So when you are saying a reuse mode, it's just like all you also need to create this kind of access class technically. Okay, so I'll just open this class and show you some of the important methods. Okay, so here, if at all you have to say this is my access class, okay, then any Z class you have to say this is my access class. First thing is you need to create a class that has to implement minimum this interface pp underscore access. Okay, so with this interface you get some methods like for the activation process there is a method called save method. So this is the method that is responsible for your activation moving the data from your staging record to the active area. So inside this particular method, you have all the code. So this method, okay. So this class is exclusively SAP provided for material master. That's why you see here MAT. So this particular class is associated with your data model, data model. So inside this particular, all these methods, you will see the reference related to the related data model related entities, attributes, and everything. So this is very hardwired to your data model. Similarly, if you take BP also, there might be some BP access class will be there. There also, this interface method will be there, same. But inside that method, it will handle all the BP related or customer related, vendor related entities. The method remains same. Okay, so when I say activation process, that means technically in the backend system will call this method technically. So you can put a breakpoint and debug this class as well at the time of activation. Once the final approver approves, then you put a breakpoint over here and you can start debugging this one. Okay, inside this method, it will have all the logic, all the entities related to material entities. It will, if you look at this one, it will read the data from your staging tables and it will prepare an API structures. Okay, and ultimately, once everything is prepared, in the down somewhere it will call the save method again. You can see here there is a save method. So you can trace back. Someone said, okay, during the activations time, how I can debug that or how I can troubleshoot technically. So you can put a breakpoint over here. Okay, so then this method will get called. If you go further down, again, there is something called a save method is there. Okay, so here, ultimately it calls your material BAPI. No, this is for, yeah, BAPI only. This is for your material type change. But in the down, you will have material BAPI. Call MMD. So it will go here. And again, if you open this method, it will call your material dark API. So this is what you are preparing all your reading the data from your staging tables. It prepares all the API structures over here for your material description, plant data, then MARD, okay, and your valuation related data. Everything it will read from your staging tables, and it will prepare all these structures, and finally it will call material dark API to create the material or to update the material in your Mara or active area table. This is what how the process works. This is the last point where it handovers your MDG data to your the standard BAPI. Okay, you no need to remember all these class names. The reason I just showed you. So if you know, okay, let's say for example, if you know the reuse area name, okay, for data model, this is the reuse area, okay, or active area. From here, you can navigate, go to reuse active area and take this class name. And inside this particular class, one method I showed you that is for your, which will get executed during your activation. When you perform a search application on your search UI, query method will get triggered. When you open a single record or display a record, read method will get triggered. So at different point of time, different methods will get triggered. Okay. Similarly, there is a method to perform the validations. There is a method to perform the derivations. Okay. And there is a method to perform your authorizations. If someone you are getting an authorization error, then you can put a breakpoint over here. And it checks that all the authorizations over here. Okay. Whether you have authorization to this material, you have authorization at a plant level or not. Okay, you have whether you have authorization at a valuation level or not, whether you have authorization to extend the material to a sales org or not, then storage location authorizations. So at every level, this authorization checks will be performed. Okay, so this is the method responsible for validating your authorization checks. Okay, so these are the important methods. The other methods will get called internally to perform certain activities. But what is important is here your read, query, save, then derive, validate, check, check data. So these are the important methods. Okay, so that means now you by this time you should have understood that when you are creating a data model using reuse approach, it just not only defining the data model entities and generate these things that will create your staging tables, but at the same time you need to create something called this kind of ABAP class. Okay, so let's say for example in our case, right? So in our data model, if at all I have to create this data model as a reuse data model, so then you need to go to this particular reuse active area under this particular data model, maintain some description, like let's say z prod underscore reuse. Some this is any free text. What is important is the class that you associate over here is the important one. So you can create any z class over here, SNS z class, but this z class should be created as how you see the standard material access class. You need to create a Z class and extend, add an interface for the Z class, and you need to implement all these methods. Save, enqueue. Enqueue is not required. The bare minimum methods are save, query, read, and then check and derive. So these bare minimum methods you need to implement. Authorization checks and everything, it depends on your business requirements. So there is this kind of access classes are available for MM, for BP, for article master, for EAM object. For finance, it's a flex mode. There is no need of any access class. Actually, in finance, since we don't have all these methods and this access class, the question is how these things will be handled in finance, right? So in finance case, SAP provided there is a something called that baddies are available. So those all these kind of things are handled in that baddie methods in finance. We will see. I'll show you that where those, but this kind of similar kind of thing is there for finance because it's a standard object. All these checks has to perform for finance as well, except storing the data at the time of activation, pushing the data to your active area. The rest, your authorization checks, your validations, derivations, and those things has to be done, right? So those things are done for finance as well, but not via access class. So SAP provided a baddie validate for validations and derivations to perform those things. SAP provided certain baddies. So you see already the implementation, standard implementation is available for finance object for in that particular baddies. So when we reach to the data quality topic, there I will show you that. Okay. So now that's the reason you see this particular S-Flight data model because, for example, you wanted to have your own access class, right? So SAP, there is an active area is already defined. So you can always refer this S-Flight access class, which is a generic one. So you can refer this class and accordingly you can code it for your access class. If at all you are creating a custom data model. And that too, if you wanted to use it as a reuse thing. Uh, this is one way because this building this particular class is not straightforward in the sense, so it requires some effort. You need to write some, there's a development effort required over here to implement all the methods, and inside the method you need to operate all, perform all the CRUD operations, read write for all the entity data, everything, right? So that requires some development effort. So since MMBP, all these are the standard objects, so SAP has to do this thing. Even your article master and EM objects also, these kind of access classes are available. But for custom objects, you think that, okay, do I really need to do all these developments? Is there any shortcut? So for custom objects also, either the recommended approach is you need to create the classes, something like this access class, and then assign it to your data model. That is there. That is the recommended one. But sometimes what people will do is they follow a different approach. They skip this access class. it look like a your flex data model only, but at the time of workflow, in the workflow, at the time of activation, so what they will do is, so at the workflow level, what they do is in the last step, SAP provided some baddie. So they make use of that particular baddie, and they read the data from your staging, and they push the data to your this one active area. They'll insert the data into the standard custom or active area tables. So that is also shortcut, but it works basically. If you don't need a, ultimately your requirement is at the time of activation the data has to move to my these so and so custom tables or activated tables, right? So that can be handled in many ways. One is using this access class, the standard approach. The other is there is a baddie, and you can also you all this staging data will be available over there inside that particular baddie. You can just read the data and just write that insert statements into your tables. So that also works. Okay, so I will during the workflow topic, I'll show you that how we can handle that scenario. But for our example, in our case, we will go with a flex data model, which means we no need to create this access class. In case if at all you wanted to refer this access class, you can always refer this access flight data model or even material or BP access class, how they are coding, or you can put a breakpoint and debug and try to understand how the data gets stored. That's the reason I showed you that material access class until where it calls your BAPI. It's a standard one, so that's why they follow those multiple classes and everything. But ultimately, technically, the save method will get triggered. I can write the logic directly inside my save method as well. Okay, for the standard objects, they follow an approach, they follow a framework. So instead of directly writing that logic to call that API inside that save method, they have to handle a lot of standard processes. Whether is there any material type changes there or not, whether is there any logs are there. So they do all the lot of standard checks and everything. They modularize the code into multiple levels. Okay, so that's how. But for your custom object, it won't be that much complicated. It will be straightforward. Ultimately, SAP provided that save method. Whether you directly write the logic inside that or you call some other API and do the coding there. So that is up to your business needs and your coding standards. Fine. So now in our case, what we do is we don't wanted to create this access class, okay? Which means and for now we are creating a flex model only, okay? I'll just it's the name before, so not this one, right? We don't wanted to create this reuse area. Okay, so this is my data model. Now if you don't mention any active area over here, usually when you create something reuse area over here and assign a class, when you do a F4 over here, you will get to see the available reuse areas over here. But now since I wanted to create it as a flex data model, either you can leave it blank, this one, or else you can say MDG. Both are same. When you say MDG or leave it blank, then this model will be considered as a flex model. Okay, so you can just leave it blank also or just say MDG. It's a keyword MDG. Okay, after this, you can see here there is something called prefix. Okay, so there is something called a prefix over here. Okay, so this prefix is when system generates the staging tables and the fields and everything, right? Just to bring the uniqueness to your generated objects, you can add some unique prefix over here. Anything like let's say Z, I say Z PM product master, something like this. You can say ZPM or any prefix. So what happens is for the generated objects, it should not happen that system will generate one object for a different data model and it will generate one more object for your model. Both names should not match. So that's the reason, just to bring your uniqueness to your generated object, I will use one prefix and the other person will use different prefix so that this prefix will be added in the backend to your name for the generated object, it brings the uniqueness to your generated objects. So that's why we use this prefix or the namespace. Okay. After that, something called package is there. So let's see if there are any packages out there which I can use. Okay, Z. Okay, I'll just use one of this existing package. So you know this, no, this is a prefix, right? So ZMDG demo, I'm just using. Otherwise, you know all the generated objects should get stored into some package, right? Like you create a program or class or table, we will assign a package. So you can create this package in a CIT and you can just simply assign that package over here. So all the generated staging tables uses this particular package. So that's it at a data model level. This is what the information you provide your name, your data model, provide some description, whether it tells you whether it's a act, a reuse or a flex, prefix, and some package. Okay. After this, scroll right. You see username who actually created this or last modified this, the created date and timestamp, and there is something called active version. So in this active version, there are three different values are there. Okay. So now here, what are those three values? One is none initially, then you have same, then different, different. So these are the three values. We don't change anything. It will be changed by depends on the scenarios. This status will be assigned. So when none will be there. Initially, when you are creating first time a data model, until you do a first activation, till the first activation, the status will be none. Here in our example, we are creating one data model. I haven't activated it. So that's the reason the status will be none until you activate this data model first time for the first time. This is just like you can compare you are creating one ABAP program. When you go to SC38 and when you create a program, first time when you are creating until you activate that, what is the status? When you are creating ABAP program or class or something or table, did you notice that before activation first time what is the status it shows? First time it shows the status as new. I think its status is new. Okay. Once you save it or once you activate that, the status will be active. And after that, again, you do some more changes and save it, the status will be inactive. Right? It's the same thing over here. First time when you, until you activate, the status will be none for your data model. Once you activate the data model, the status will be same. And after that, if you again modify this with some other changes, the status will be different until you activate it again. Once you activate the data model after your changes, the status will be set to same. So from then onwards, the status will be toggle between same and different. Again, it never reaches to none status. So that we will see when currently we are actually creating a new data model. That's why the status is none. Okay. For other data models you see here, the status will be same. That means there is no inactive version. Same in the sense your inactive version is same as your active version. There is no different copies. When you say different, that means someone modified this particular data model and they haven't activated, which means there are two versions. One is an active version, one is an inactive version. So that's why the status here shows it as different. Okay, so fine. Now we just created one data model. And when you create a data model, you cannot activate this data model alone because there is nothing to create staging tables. Your staging tables always will create for the entity types, right? So you cannot data model, at least bare minimum it should have one entity type. Okay, so that's where first you need to create under this data model one entity type. So now I reach to this entity type section. So when you are creating a class, right, or all you need to do is you need to go to this active area, define some name, create one Z class and assign link it over here and provide a name to that one, not MDG, some different name.
Right, but here we cannot simply create active area without access class, right?
Active area without an access, it's a mandatory field. So now I wanted to create entity types. So select your data model, go to entity types. Okay. So currently there are no entity types. You need to create an entity type. So click on new.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which database is typically used for the SAP MDG application server? Option A, Oracle. Option B, MySQL. Option C, SQL Server. Option D, SAP HANA. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP MDG Technical? Our course is your ticket to becoming a pro at managing supplies. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG Technical. Think of it as a super toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. We cover it all, from the basics to advanced tricks. Created by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, they're seasoned pros here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly helpful. But here's the best part. It's affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP MDG Technical Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
Okay. So you need to name your entity type. So we need two entity types. In our example, we need two entity types. One for to the product general level, other one is the plant related entity. So the name can be anything which will accept up to 8 characters. Okay, so which is actually sometimes we feel it's we cannot actually provide a name which will give you a meaningful thing with 8 characters, but no other option, you have to go with this. Okay, so it's not necessary that this entity type name should be starting with Z or Y, because at the top anyway it's a custom data model. Under this, whatever entity types you create, those are custom entity types only. But usually we use Z as a habit for any custom object to represent it's a custom thing. We always use that Z or Y. So that's why I'm just going with this Z. So what I will do is I'll just create a Z product. Z product. I'm naming my entity Z product. That means here, whatever I said here, the name I'm giving Z product. My first entity type. Okay. So when you're creating an entity, there are some other settings you need to provide at entity type level. Just like at the data model level, we provided the prefix, package, reuse area, or the reuse area. So likewise, at the entity type level also, you need to provide some information over here, some settings. And once you provide here some settings or some details, then you need to go and maintain the attributes under this entity type. Okay, so out of these settings, the first and very important setting is storage and use type. Okay, that means when you're creating an entity type, you need to categorize that what is the type of this particular entity. So there are 4 types are available. Okay, so first, storage use type. So this is very important setting at the entity type level. Storage use type, or sometimes people will call in short SU type. SU type also. Okay, so what are those categories? 1, 2, 3, 4. SU type 1, SU type 2, SU type 3, SU type 4. Okay, so I need to categorize whatever the entity type I'm creating, whether it's a type 1 or type 2, type 3, type 4. So how do we decide whether it's a type 1 and type 2 or type 3 or type 4? Okay, so let's take your material master. So what is the parent table in your material master? Entire material master, what is the parent table? Mara is your parent table, right? So because whenever you are creating a material, first an entry should land into this particular Mara table. After this, the other tables like your MARCI or MVKE or MBEW, all these material related tables, MARD, MLG1. Likewise, you have bunch of tables, right? So this we call it as a parent table. I can create a material with only this entry and all other shades are optional for me. But I cannot create a material only with this particular entry and without this. That is not at all possible. So that is the reason we say this is a parent and the remaining tables, these are childs for us. These are just an optional things for us. But this is very, very important, mandatory. Okay, your material data. So the first entry will get added into Mara, and then if you are creating a plant, so the data of the material, there will be a foreign key relationship as well. Whatever you are extending, it will go and validate whether that material exists in this table or not. Whether this, when you are extending it to sales org, whether that material extend available here it or not. So that checks will be done. So there is a parent and child relationship. Similarly, in data model also, you have your SU type 1, which is equivalent to your parent, and you have your SU type 4. Okay, so you need to identify in your master data, you need to identify what is my parent entity. You will have one parent entity which will identify uniquely your master data. So that we call it as your type 1 entity. And the other ones, we call it as a type 4. So in data model also, you have one SU type 1 entity that is nothing but the name of the entity is material. Under this, you have multiple SU type 4s. One SU type 4 for plant, one SU type 4 for your sales, one SU type 4 for your valuation. So likewise, one SU type 4 for your storage location. So you can have one parent and multiple childs. Since we are creating this first entity and I wanted to define or categorize this entity as my parent entity, that is nothing but type 1. Okay, now whatever the entity that you are creating it as a type 1, system will generate database tables. Even for type 4 also, system will generate the database tables. Okay, so other 2 and 3 we will discuss later in the session, but for now we just only discussed about type 1 and type 4. Okay, so the description says here, I'm talking about the second part of the description, generated database tables. That means when you activate this data model for this particular entity type, system will generate a database table. Similarly, you create a child entity for plant. For that entity also, system will generate a database table. Okay, so then what is the difference? Now you see something called a changeable via change request. Here it says changeable via other entity type. Okay, first let's understand what is a change request. In MDG, you always, the first term you hear is the change request concept in MDG. Okay, so this change request concept we will be discussing in detail in process modeling topic. Okay, so we have a topic called process modeling. So there we will discuss this change request. But for now, for your at very high level, just to visualize what is a change request, so I'll just explain at very high level what is a change request process. Okay, in very simple terminology for comparison purpose, let's take an example. As an employee, you wanted to travel from one location to some other location on a business trip. So what you do, you log into your travel portal, right? As an employee, first employee will create a travel request. System will generate one request number 1000 is my travel request number. Under this travel request number, you will provide your employee details, then the dates, and then whatever the profit center, cost center, and then the reason for this trip. So all the details you will provide. And, okay, and you submit this request. This request will go to your manager, right? So manager will get this 1,000 request, travel request. He will open that request. So he will review the data, and if the request, if the details are correct, he'll approve from his side. So once manager approves, it goes to the finance department, the same travel request number, and finance team will review from the financial aspects whether the cost entry is correct or not and everything. And finally, once he approves that request, finally it goes to your travel department, and then travel department will contact you for validating all the dates and everything, and finally they book the tickets, and your request 1,000 request will be closed. So in this entire process, right from employee till you open the request until it get closed, you can track and trace that the status of your request using this particular request number. Just like you order in online portal, also some in Amazon or somewhere, right? So you will get a unique number, and you will use that number for to quote any queries or anything, the status or anything, right? The same way, change request also you can assume that something like this. So when you're creating a master data, you're creating a material. So system will generate one unique number for this creation purpose. Just like I show you here, I wanted to create a material. Okay, so I'll choose some request type. So I'm creating a material here. I'll fill all the data. See at the top, there is a number got generated, right? So this is the request number, and it can either approve or this request number can get rejected also. But I can trace the status of this process using this request number. So in MDG, you cannot maintain any master data without this change request number. For every change that you do via MDG process, this number will be associated. Now it got generated, it created 801. Now what I will do is, I will go to search application. I will try to edit another material. This 22 material, I'm just trying to edit this, initiate a change process for this particular material. I'll click on edit. As soon as you click on edit, it generated again another number, 802. So 801 is for this particular material creation process. Okay, and 802 is for another material change process. If I create a BP, the next number will be 803. So this number is unique for every change. I create one material, system generated one number. Then I edited the same material. It generated another number. It again, I did some more extensions to that same material. It will generate one more number. So likewise, right from the creation till today, if your material undergoing with some 10 times some changes, there will be 10 request numbers will be generated. And you can track and trace those 10 requests and what changes has been made as part of this request, everything that you can see. Okay, yesterday someone saying that, okay, how do I know that whether if I reject a material creation, okay, so how do I know why this request got rejected or something, right? So you can, there will be reasons why you are rejecting this, and usually we will ask the business to maintain some notes as well if required as an attachments. So this entire number, though you reject or discard your request, so the data will get deleted from your staging table, but this data information gets stored into different tables, and that information will be there in the entire life cycle. So you can, using this number, you can look at why this request got rejected or all the details. Is this clear to everyone? What is change request? So we will be discussing all the CR configurations and everything, change request or CR configurations in process modeling topic. Since I need to explain here in this particular entity type, it says that changeable via change request. So I just introduced this term change request at very high level, but we will discuss in detail the change request configurations are there, which is very, very critical, one of the important configuration in MDG. Okay, so those configurations generally done by functional consultants, but we can also do. Okay, so now what it says is changeable via change request. That means if I select this type 1, this data always, the attributes under this particular entity will always changeable via change request process. Without change request process in MDG, I cannot change this data. That's the reason it says changeable via change request and generated tables. System will generate the staging tables. For type 4, what it says is changeable via other entity type. This also changeable, but not directly, but what it says is via other entity type. That means basically your child entities always you will change in the context of your parent. Okay, which means you take this example, right? If at all I wanted to change the plant data, first system will lock your material, the corresponding material. It will lock your type 1 object, and then it will lock the corresponding plant object and you can edit the data. So technically speaking, you are changing here in the context of a particular material. I cannot simply go and without any material, I cannot edit this data. These changes always will be tied up to your parent. So that's the reason here it says via other entity type. Changeable via other entity type means the dependent entity, the parent entity. Your changes has a dependency with the parent entity. That's what this particular thing says. Type 4. That's it. But in at very high level, what you can remember is always your parent entity will be you can categorize as type 1, and your child entity will be categorized as type 4. For both the cases, system will generate the staging tables, and both type 1 and type 4 data you can always change via change request process. That's it. That is possible. You can basically you wanted to say, see, there are two types. One is either you can provide a configuration such a way that you can the person can edit all the attributes under that particular entity. The other will you can control the you can restrict that maybe only out of 10 attributes at this level only these 3 will be editable and remaining will be read only. At runtime, adding a new plants or extending to a new plants is a runtime thing. For that one, there is no need of creating a new entity and all this stuff. You got the point, right? You have your Mara and Marcy tables. Those are the backend tables one time you create. Now, I create 100 materials or 1000 materials. The material data gets stored into Mara table, plant data gets stored into Marcy table. Same way, I create one entity for parent entity, one child entity, and I activate the data model. So there will be one staging table for parent entity, one staging table for child entity. Then at runtime, using the UI, I can create 1000 materials, and 1000 materials I can extend to 10,000 plants. All configuration will come into picture later when we are discussing about. So, but in the change request level, you can say, okay, these attributes can be mandatory, these optional. So those kind of things that we will discuss later in UI modeling and process modeling topics. This is also, you can edit this data using change request only. Without change request, you cannot edit this data. But what it says is, other entity type means this can be changed in the context of your parent entity. That's it. So when I say something like this, let me give you an example why they, instead of change request, they mentioned other entity. So you have your type 1. And this is your child, SU type 4. Okay. Now, if at all I have to edit this data or I have to edit this data, system will generate a change request number for sure. Okay. Now, after this, for example, I can have one more type 4 where this is a parent for that particular type 4. Take example of material, plant, storage location. Storage for the parent for your storage location is under a plant. And this plant is under a material. So to edit the storage location data, first I need to lock my parent plant. So that is nothing but I need to lock this one. To lock this, I need to lock my parent like this. So this is how the hierarchy flows. That's why, see, this is also a child, this is also a child. So what the description says is this data can be changed via other entity. What is that other entity? This one. And this can be changed via other entity, that is nothing but the parent entity, this one. But if at all I have to edit this data or this data or this data, system will generate a change request number. In MDG, you cannot change any data without a change request number. So we will see all these different use cases once we complete this particular data model. Yeah, but feel free to, don't hesitate. If you have any doubt, I will try to explain it again. But at very simple terminology, when you are creating an entity type, you need to choose whether it should be a parent or child. For material master, I cannot have two parents. You will always have one parent for material master. For BP, I will have always one parent. So under one data model, when you are representing this master data, for your entire master data, you will have always one parent. You cannot have two parents. Childs are optional. You can have a parent without a child. I can create a data model without a child SU type 4. I can create one data model just only with type 1. Type 4s are optional. But I cannot create a data model with type 4s. You cannot have a child without a parent. Okay, so under a data model, you will have one, identify one your parent and categorize that as a type 1 when you are creating a brand new data model. Rest all the things are like the childs only, remaining all things. Our first we identified our parent, that is, so I am categorizing it as type 1. Okay, this validity you can ignore. This is not at all required. There is something called data element over here. Okay, so for here the significance of this data element is, so let's take our example. Our data model is ZT. Under ZT we created Z product is the entity. Okay, now take corresponding to this one, how you are visualizing your staging table. So you will have a staging table. That staging table will have material number, then material type, material group, and let's say industry sector. This is your staging table with material number as key field. This is what we are visualizing. Okay, now when you create your entity here, especially your type 1 entity, okay, so the key field here, this entity name itself will become your key field. That means system will take the name of this entity and it will add it as a key field in the generated staging table. And all other attributes are will taken from your attributes like material type, material group, and industry sector. So when you have a data model entity like this, type 1 entity, and when you activate your data model, there will be a staging table that will get created. And when system is creating the staging table, since it is a type 1 entity, this name will become one of the key field in your generated table, and all other attributes will be taken, added as a normal non-key attributes. Okay, now since I'm saying this is my it will generate a key field, right? So for you need this will act as a key attribute. You need to maintain the data element for this one. So that data, because here I need a data element, right? I need a data element for every field here. How system knows that what is the data element that is to be assigned to the generated staging tables? So I need to assign data element here. I need to assign a data element here, here, and here. Okay, so that's the reason it is asking to maintain the data element, especially for your type 1 entity. For other entities, you are not supposed to maintain this. Okay, so I'm just entering my data element as Matner. I'm just taking the standard data element. Okay, so with this, I will talk about the other settings later. Okay, Now we will come back to this one again. So what I'm doing is the bare minimum attributes like your entity type, and then if it is a type category, and if it is a data element, this one. Another important one is key assignment. I will talk about this little later. So this we will, for now, I'm just using the default value, and scroll down. There is something called description. For your entity description, I'm saying it's a product master. So you just maintained these values. Other things we will come back later. Okay. So once you provide this information at your entity level, then go back to your under these attributes. Here you can just add the remaining attributes. Click on new entry. So I'll take some attributes from Mara table. So material type, MTART attribute, and the corresponding data element as well. The description. I'll talk about all these the remaining properties later. Once we activate and I show you the staging table, then we will again come back to this and we will discuss. So the industry sector, material group. Okay, I just added. So likewise, you can keep on adding how many attributes that you want. So tell me one thing, once I activate this data model, how many the staging table will create with how many attributes? Yes. So staging table with 4 fields. Out of 4 fields, this is the key field. These are the non-key fields. Okay. So now we maintained a data model. We created one entity type of SU type 1 parent entity. We maintained these 3 attributes. So this is what required bare minimum to create a data model. Now save your changes. Okay. So we need to activate this data model. Now I can activate this data model. Go back. So now you see this is your data model, right? With the status none, because we haven't activated till now. So now I'll select this data model, click on activate. This is the time system will take your definition of data model, entity type, everything. It will generate, create the staging tables automatically. In the down, you can see the progress, generate database structures. It also creates some structures, internal tables and everything that we will discuss little later. For now, the focus is on the staging tables. That is the key field. Data model got activated. So now see the status changed to same. So not this one. Ours is JT, right? JT only. Yeah. So the status changed to from none to same. So it is, there is no inactive version, it's an active version. Now I wanted to look at the staging table for this data model. So what you can do, you can go to the same program, USMD underscore data model. So we can look at the corresponding T code as well. But most of the times we go with this program only. Okay. So either you can go with program or you can directly enter the T code. So select this particular program and run this model. Okay. Select your data model, that is ZT, and execute. So this is your entity and this is the generated staging table. Okay. So when you double click, it will take you to the staging table that got created. And now let's explore the fields. It got created more, but we will see what is those. Mandate, anyway, we know for every table it will create. This is the field, key field, and you see the naming convention. This one MD, this will get added for all the fields. Along with, after that, ZT is your data model. This is your entity name. So totally like, I mean, this is my key field name. And this is the data element I maintained at this particular entity level. Okay, so this is one. This is my direct field and concatenated with the data model. This is again another attribute. This is again another attribute. So these four picked up from my data model and the type 1 entity. And by default, this will get added by MDG framework because we need to know whether it is an active record or inactive record. Obsolete, whether it will add whether this record is obsolete or not, though we don't use, by default system will add this one. Along with that one, especially for your type 1 entity, system will add these four fields: created on, created by, changed on, changed by. We need to know who created, who changed, and the date side. So that's why system will add these fields as well. So this is your staging table for your type 1 entity. Okay. Any questions on this? So what we have done, we created one data model. Under data model, we selected one entity, created one entity. We categorized that as my parent entity. Then under this entity, we added some attributes. That's it. And then finally, we activated the data model. Okay, fine. Now, after this, let's go to edit. You can add again one more attribute and save your changes and activate your data model. That new attribute will get reflected on your staging table again. Okay, so after this, you have something called one of the important. See, this validity and this one, we don't actually use at all, these two things. Okay, and even hierarchy also. So you can ignore these three fields. This is very important, key assignment. Okay, and this setting especially applicable only for your type 1 entity, not for any other types. Okay, so what it says is there are four types are there here. So this will decide how your key behavior should look like. Key behavior in the sense the key field of behavior on the UI. So let me show you here. I'll go to material, create. Now look at this is your key field. What it says is here the behavior, when you open any create material, by default it proposes some number. So we'll discuss what is this dollar symbol, but it proposes some value, key value. And this is in editable mode. Okay. Now I don't need this number. I want my own number. Okay. Just like your external material numbers. You can delete it and then enter the way that you want the key field value. So this is one behavior. Okay, so now let's look at this behavior, compare here. The first one says is key cannot be changed, no internal key assignment. So that means no internal key assignment means basically when you open this UI, system doesn't propose any key field here. It will be empty. Okay, and what it says, key cannot be changed. That means once you enter some key value, let's say AXT, some key value, and hit enter, this field will become automatically read only. So you cannot edit that. It will allow only once to maintain the data. Next time it won't allow. I will show you. I have one UI, example UI created. So I will show you this behavior. So let's take this example. This is one custom UI. So here initially there is no key. That means look at this behavior, no internal key assignment. System doesn't propose any key behavior. But once I enter here some value, hit enter, this field become read only. Because I need to maintain this. Okay, but this field become read only. I cannot edit this data. So if you need this kind of behavior, you need to select this option. key cannot be changed. No internal key assignment. The other one is internal key assignment only. That means system will propose one key and it will be always read only. You cannot edit that key. Here it always proposes internal key. And this one will be no internal key assignment. That means system doesn't propose any internal key, but key can be changed. Key can be changed means just like this one. It is allowing you to change, and again I can do some changes, and again I can delete and I can change it again. So until you submit the request, right? So it will allow you can do the changes to the key. And the last one will be internal assignment is possible, key can be changed. This is what used for material master. For material master data model, for the type 1 entity, material entity, this is the setting that is used. What is this setting? Initially it says internal key, it will propose an internal key, and after that you can change the key again and again. So that is what exactly equivalent to this behavior. So here I'll close this. Again, if I try to create a new material, initially system proposes some key. Okay. So now look at this behavior. What it says is no, okay, last option, internal key assignment possible. That means system will propose some internal key and key can be changed. So the same thing, system propose some internal key. I can replace this with something and I will hit enter. Okay, again it is still editable. I can change this and again I can do some more changes. So like this. So this is the behavior. So you don't need to write any ABAP logic or anything. When you are creating your custom, see for the standard data model, we don't change this behavior. We will, for the standard models, whatever the behavior is there, we go with that one only. But when you are creating a custom data model, you can take a call, depends on the behavior, you can choose the right one. But to achieve that thing, you no need to write any ABAP logic. If you do the right setting over here, automatically when you create a UI application corresponding to this data model, this setting will be considered by the framework itself. Is this clear to everyone? These four options. So user will go to this UI, he will enter some material number. Let's say he got a mail that he wanted to create this material. So he will enter the material number. If the material already existing, right? Just like in MM01, if you try to create an existing material, it will give an error message. The same way here also, whatever you enter, whether if there is any material exist, it will throw an error. This material is already existing. Number range, yes. But with number range concept here, I'll explain tomorrow. So
Okay.
you are right partially, but there is some MDG flavor also I need to talk about on that one. But for this internal key, right? So let me show you again here. So when I open this create material, by default it proposes some number you with some dollar symbol. If you notice this, right? When I enter into create.
Yes.
So that is coming from the number range only. This number is coming from some number range object only. But what is this number? What is this dollar symbol? So I will explain the story behind this. But for now, the point here I'm trying to highlight here is there are 4 key behaviors that you can actually configure, depends on your requirement, especially when you are creating a custom models. So how the key behavior should look like, so that you can actually, by reading this description itself, you can understand wherever internal key is possible is there. That means in this case and in this case, second and fourth case, there will be some number range associated. System will propose that number by default. Whether I should be able to edit it or not, that the first statement will tell you. Whereas in first and third cases, there is no internal key. That means you no need to configure any number range because there is no internal key assignment. It will be an external number. User has to input that. But once user has provided that input, whether he can change it, it will allow you to change or not. That depends on the first statement. So these are the 4 possible settings. By default, this is what it takes. No internal key assignment, key cannot be changed. This is the default setting. And we will continue regarding the other property settings over here. Along with that one, that child entity, how to create the child entity and the attributes, so that we will continue our discussion. After that, we will also discuss about other two options, 2 and 3. So once we discuss these things, our most of the data model topic is completed.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which type of application server is used to host the SAP MDG user interface? Option A, Apache Tomcat. Option B, IBM WebSphere. Option C, SAP NetWeaver. Option D, Microsoft IIS. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP MDG Technical? Our course is your ticket to becoming a pro at managing supplies. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG Technical. Think of it as a super toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. We cover it all, from the basics to advanced tricks. Created by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, they're seasoned pros here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly helpful. But here's the best part. It's affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP MDG Technical Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website.
So in edit data model, so we created one data model here, and then this is the data model option. And here we can say whether it is a flex or reuse mode. Okay, and we are adding some prefix and package. Okay, after that we created our first entity, Z product. Okay, so now when you are creating any new entity, okay, under a data model, you need to categorize whether it's a type 1 or type 2 or type 3, type 4. Okay, so what we have done is we created it as a type 1. So basically type 1 and type 4 are like having a parent and child type of relationship. So for a particular master data, you need to identify what is your type 1 entity, and you can have one type 1 at any point of time. Okay, and so that just like in material master you have a Mara table as your header table, right? So in the same way we consider in the data model, so corresponding to Mara table, so there is a type 1 entity in data model. Okay, and all other entities like your plant data, sales data, everything will become like a type 4. Okay, so the same way here in our case also we just took one material and a plant example. So I created this as a type 1 entity. Okay, and that plant will become a type 4 entity for us. So when you select any entity as a type 1 entity, so you need to input this data element. The reason is this entity in the generated staging tables, so this entity will become the key attribute in the table. So that's the reason for the key attribute we need to mention the data element. That's the reason we just mentioned the data element over here. And after that, we also discussed about something called key assignment. So there are four different behaviors. It depends on the settings that you choose over here, whether it is external or internal, even whether it's external also, whether it will allow you to edit further, or else in case of internal, it generates that one, but whether it will allow you further to edit that. So all the behavior, by looking at the description, you can easily understand the key behavior on the UI. Okay, so yesterday I showed you that material example where it added some internal key, and you can edit the date, the key. You can replace that with some other value as well. So that is a behavior. And after all, we saw how the staging table get created for your type 1 entity. So let me just show you quickly. USMD underscore data underscore model is a program name. And when you run this particular program with your data model, you'll get to see all the staging tables for entity wise. Okay, and this is the physical name of the staging table that got created. So once you double click, it will take you to the test 11 T code, where it will show you all the list of attributes under your data model, type 1 entity. Okay, so this is the entity name itself, which added as a key field, and this by default for every staging table it will get added your active or inactive, whether to tell you that whether it's a record or active record or inactive record. And then you see these three are the direct attributes that we added under that particular entity. So those attributes will become kind of non-key attributes at your table level, and created by, changed by. Automatically the MDG framework, it will add these fields when it generates the staging table, when it creates a staging table in the backend. So such tables, right? Whatever this is a generated table. It's not created by anyone, right? So you are not supposed to do any edits to this particular table. Any changes that has to happen to this particular table. Let's say I need one more field for this one. So you need to work always on the data model level, not at the table level. You add up or you delete whatever the attributes or do all the changes, and finally activate your data model. Then the changes should reflect over here. Okay, so that is the thumb rule when you are working on data model. And after that, let's explore today some more settings over here at the type 1 entity level. There is something called language dependent text. For example, I wanted to maintain the descriptions for this particular material in multiple languages. So that's where you can see there is a section called descriptions, where for the same material, you can provide the description in multiple languages. Let's say test one, and for the same material, uh, you can also maintain the description in of other languages as well, something like this. Okay, so the same behavior, this is not something new in MDG. You also have in MM01 also, you have this flexibility where you can maintain the material descriptions in multiple languages. So let me show you here. So whatever the default description, the description you maintain over here, this will be considered as a description in Logan language. Okay. And after this, if for example, you wanted to maintain the descriptions in other languages, you can click on additional data button here. So this already, whatever you entered in the previous field, so that consider it as a default language. And you can also maintain the descriptions in other languages as well. Okay. Now, where this data gets stored, if you maintain these descriptions in multiple languages, forget about MDG. In general, in material master case, where this data gets stored, any idea? So MAKT. In MAKT, it stores along with your material number, language key. You can see the descriptions. Okay, so you can so this the data gets stored into this one. Now, for example, in the same way, I wanted to, in MDG also, SAP provided this flexibility where you can maintain these descriptions in multiple languages. Now, this data, once I submit this request, just like your other Mara material attributes, right? So this data also first should get stored into your staging table. Okay, and at the time of activation, this data will move to your MAKT table. But before that, it should get stored into some staging table in MDG, right? So for that one, what happens is, for any master data, for a type 1 entity, if you have such kind of descriptions that you need to maintain in multiple languages, so you can select this checkbox. You no need to create again separate entity and everything for these descriptions. It's a property of your parent one. It's not only for material. Generally, in any master data, for example, if at all you wanted to maintain the descriptions in multiple languages, in MDG side, it gives you a flexibility where you can choose the language dependent text. It's an optional setting. Okay, that's yesterday we didn't select, but still our staging we saw one staging table. But now this is an optional. If you have such kind of requirement, you can actually select this checkbox and provide the lengths for each of these descriptions. Long text how much, medium text how much, and short text how much. Okay, so once you maintain these settings, save your entity changes, go back, and because we did some changes, obviously you need to activate your data model. So this time I think it should be, the value is different, but it is not refreshed once you go out of this transaction. And again, when you open here, it will say it's a different, okay, but that's fine. So what you can do is you can just simply activate your data model. Once this data model is active, okay, we'll talk about this warning message today. Okay, but okay, the data model is active. Now I'll go and look at my staging table. What happened to that? Okay, so the same report I'm just executing with the data model. See, there is one more additional staging table got created here. For the same entity, type 1 entity, there is a check table that got created yesterday, which has all the attributes. And there is something called text table also created. The type you can, by looking at the type, you can see text table. Okay. And this is the table name. So once you open this table name, you can see the language as one of the key and your material as another key. Of course, by default, USMD active will be there. It's a by default one. And you can maintain the long, medium, short descriptions in multiple languages. So basically, it gives you flexibility. That means on the UI, whatever the data that you store here in different languages, different descriptions, this data gets stored into this particular staging table. So for type 1 entity, always the staging table will get created if you select that checkbox. Okay, the same behavior even if you open data model also, material master data model. So, and this setting will be applicable only for your type 1. Okay, so you see here, this is the check table that is which will have all your attributes. Under this is your type 1. The entity name is the material, which is a type 1 in data model. Okay, and this is a text table that got created. So likewise, it creates one additional text table when you select that particular checkbox. If at all you have a requirement, otherwise when you're, but for the standard objects, don't change any of these settings. For MMBP or else finance or any objects, right? We never ever we touch this one. This is when you are creating a custom object. So I'm explaining the purpose of each of these settings. Okay, so this is one. And similarly, attachments and sets also there. So attachments means basically it generates one more bunch of two staging tables, which will use to store your attachments while you are creating a request. Okay, so let me show you here. While you are creating a request, you wanted to attach some documents. Okay, so that kind of the document data gets stored into the generated staging tables. But I'm not selecting this. We don't use mostly these settings at all. Okay, so you can just simply ignore. Only the language dependent text. Sometimes, if at all there is a need, then for your custom object, you can actually make use of this setting. Now, after this, coming the next one is a search help. So on this UI, material creation UI, you see for this particular material field, there is a search help. You can search the materials based on material description or else based on all these different parameters. You can see there are some different options where you can actually search your materials. So the key master for the, so whatever you can assign a search help over here. Basically here you can assign a search help so that this search help will be assigned to your the key field. By default, what happens, the search help will be picked up from the data element that is associated with your let's say for example for material matter. So we'll be assigning the search helps right here. Search help, you can see this is a search help name s underscore mat1. So by default it will take the search help associated from your data element, but I wanted to override that behavior. I don't wanted to take it from the data element. I want the custom search help which I wanted to assign. Then you can create that in S11 that equal to your search help, and you can come back and add it over here. Okay, so after this is basically whatever the fields, the descriptions are there for that one. If at all you wanted to give the field descriptions differently, that you can actually maintain the descriptions over here. We can ignore, actually, we never use this. Search help is one of the attribute that you may use it. Okay, and uh, 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 and this language dependent text. After this, another important field that we need to understand is temporary keys. Okay, so if you observe this one, whenever I create a new material, system proposes one number. Okay, and before that, it also prefixes something called dollar symbol. Okay, and if at all I'm creating a material in my directly in ECC, it just generates this number, but there is no dollar symbol, nothing. Okay, and even if you look at the number range also, here the series is 1000522, but whereas here you see the series, it is 241. Okay, so what is this purpose of this temporary key? Okay, now let's look at here. This is your MDG system where you have your the ERP or ECC layer. Okay, so this is your MDG. Before MDG, like let's say for example, I wanted to create a material using MM01 transaction. Okay, so then what happens when you are trying to create a material using MM01 transaction, system will look at based on your material type, it will look at what is the number range object that is configured in your SPRO. SPRO. So you might be maintaining different number range objects for different material types, and this is the standard number range object which will be used to generate your material number. So just like you see here, when I create a material, okay, so this number is coming up from the this number range object that is there in my ERP or ECC layer. This number range object. Okay, but when I'm creating a material using MDG UI application, MDG UI application. Okay, so the thing is that at the type 1, at your SU type 1 level, there is something called a temporary number range object is there. Okay, so you'll be assigning some temporary number range object. So what happens is when you are trying to create a material using MDG application or MDG options, then initially system will pick up the number from this particular temporary number range object that you assigned at your type 1 entity level. That is, whatever the number range object that you are assigning over here, from this one it will take the number and it will show you the number on the UI. Assume that 241 in our case, okay, which is prefixed with the dollar symbol. Okay, now this is the key that gets stored into your staging table. In your staging table, this key will get stored into your staging table, the material number. At the time of activation, what happens is this record will be moved to here, right? At that particular time, your $241 is a temporary number until your request get activated in MDG. So till then you will be referring using this temporary number. But at the time of activation, what happens is this number will be replaced with the actual number range that is configured in your SPRO. That will starts with 1000. The next number will be, for example, 290 or whatever, 590, whatever the number. And with this number, system will create the material in the system. Not with this number. Whatever, once I activate my request, okay, you don't see this number. This is a temporary number. Okay, that's the reason here at the type 1 entity level, you see it's a temporary key. That means until this request is there in my MDG layer, so this is what my temporary key. Once this request get created or activated, basically once this request activated by approver, and then that is the time system will generate the actual number, and that actual number will this actual material will create in your Mara table with this actual number. So okay, after this, next time onwards when you edit the data, so this is the number you will see on this UI 1000590. It will get loaded into your staging table, and on this staging record again you can do some more changes, and again you can activate, that changes will get reflected back. Okay, only at the creation time your system will use this temporary number, because the reason is, when I create a request for material creation, right? I don't know whether that material will be approved or rejected. So if I use this particular number range object in my MDG also, what happens? I will someone will create a change request for material creation process. Okay, system will take one the next available number from ECC side, and this number will be shown on this UI. And after that, that means that once it generates the number, you will consume that number, and assume that that request may get rejected. If the request get rejected, this record will be deleted and there is no material creation. So unnecessarily we are consuming the numbers from your actual number range object. Okay, in any organization, these number ranges objects should be utilized very effectively. You cannot just generate and consume that, and you will just simply ignore that number. Okay, because if the limit says that, okay, I can create 1 million of materials using this number range object. So once you consume this all this 1 million, right, then after that you need to look for again some different number range object, or else you need to look for some different numbers. Okay, so that's why we don't want it to just like create a number, use the number from the actual number range object, and then if the request get rejected, that number will be wasted. So for all these purposes, what MDG is introduced that temporary number range concept, and you can use the temporary number. The temporary number range will be used until the request, especially in create mode. Okay, in change mode, you don't deal with these number range objects, because in the change mode already the number is already generated, right? So you will edit the record on that particular with that particular material number. But especially for creation time, any master data, whether it's a material BP or any master data. So if there is a if at all you wanted to, for your custom object also you wanted to assign a temporary number range object, you can make use of that particular setting. Okay, so now what is the significance of dollar? So if I don't show this particular dollar here, then I don't know whether this 241 is generated from my actual number, or people might get confused by looking at this 241. People will think that it might be from your actual number range, or they don't know whether it's a temporary number got generated from temporary or actual number range object, right? So just to tell you that it's a temporary number, so by default SAP that adds this dollar symbol, so that by looking at this dollar symbol, you will understand that it's basically some special character. It can be anything, okay? But there is a configuration where you can change whether you wanted to use this special character as dollar or hash or something else. That there is a configuration. I will show you that. But by the default configuration says it will be dollar will be used as a prefix to tell you that this is a temporary number. So for our custom object, this is our custom object, right? So for our custom object, everything we have to do it. So what you need to do, you need to create a new number range object. How do you create a new number range object? The T code is SNRO. Okay, it's a standard SAP behavior for any modules. Wherever you see a need to create your temporary, you need to create a number range object. Basically, you can actually use this one and create your own temporary number range object. Okay, just let me show you for material master. Material master, because it's a standard data model, data model. So SAP created this number range object for you. You no need to do anything for object. When you're working on or BP, this is already there. So I'll show you this. I go to edit data model. Okay, so go to entity types. The type 1 entity, parent entity here, material. Okay, so this is my type 1 entity. So here you can see they use the data element, they maintain this language dependence text, and also temporary keys. This is the number range object, MDG mat. Okay, so this number range object, you can go to this SNROT code, you can see this, the number range. Okay, So this is it. They created this is the range, and the current number is this one 250. Okay. So when you're creating a new material, it will always pick up from this number range object until that request get activated. Once the request get activated, at the time of activation, I showed you yesterday in the access class that material dark API, that BAPI, right? So inside that particular BAPI, depends on the material type. Anyway, it will take the number range object from your standard ECC number range object for which is great available for material. From there, it will generate the actual material number. But till then, I need some key. So that's the reason SAP use this as a temporary key. So this is like whether external means when you select this checkbox, what happens is user also can enter any number within this range. So internal means it will propose. External means you should enter some number within this range. It's a normal behavior. This T code itself is nothing to do with MDG. This SNRO T code is generally available for any number range configurations. Any questions? Because this is our custom object, so there is no number range object available. You need to create your Z number range object and use it. Or else, if you say here, no internal key, see again, the important, this has to be in line with your key assignment setting. Here, what I'm saying, no internal key assignment. That means I don't wanted to use any internal key. In that case, there is no point in generating the assigning this number key. This will be applicable only when you choose this option or else this option. Because in both the cases, it says that internal key assignment should be there. So in that case, you need to assign this particular key, temporary key. That is nothing but your number range object. Yeah, so temporary number will be anyway, that record will get deleted, right, from your staging table. So you don't see this temporary number after that anyway. Coming back to, you have something called here active area. So this active area we discussed yesterday at data model level. So at the data model level, you have something called active area, which will tell you whether this particular model is designed for reuse or flex. Okay, so this is at the data model level. The same active area setting you also have at entity level as well. So what is the significance of this at entity level? So basically, you can create different reuse areas over here. Okay. For example, I wanted to what is it like? Let's say, for example, I created one data model, and that data model is reuse data model. So you have an active area at this data model level. But at so when you're having the active area, this one, so corresponding to this active area, there is a access class associated here. You can see here. And this access class will be used for all the entities under this data model. Okay. But for example, for a particular entity, I don't wanted to use this access class. I wanted to use a different access class. You can create an access class for entity level as well. Entity level in the sense, in that access class, you will just only handle the CRUD operations for that particular entity. So for that, in that case, what you need to do is you can create a separate active area over here. Okay, reuse area, active area over here, and assign that another class over here, and take this reuse area, and as you can assign it the data entity level as well. So that what happens is, for this particular entity, this will take the precedence. For all other entities, the access class that is available at the data model level, that will take the precedence. It's a flexibility. In most of the cases, we use only one single active area that will be assigned at the data model level. But there are some situations where if there is a need to have a different access class, that's where entity level active area will come into picture. But we don't use any settings at entity level. We will use mostly at the data model level only this active area thing. But SAP has provided this flexibility. For standard entity types, so it will be it always at the data model level. You see here for it is always available at the data model level material. And even if I go to reuse active area, so there is no other, ignore these, the other ones, I'll take this separately. So we don't use these ones. but this is the one active area used across your entire data model, material data model level. There is no other active area which will be used at a particular assigned data entity level, not only for for BP as well. So, but SAP, they see that, okay, maybe in someone wants to have a separate active area at a entity level for particular couple of entities. So they have provided that flexibility. But in the standard objects, there is no, for any entity, the access reuse active area is always available at the data model level itself. There is no entity which actually has a different active area for the standard objects. Okay, coming back to deletion. So this says that whether you should be able to delete this entity or not. Okay, so whether you should provide that flexibility to delete this entity data or not. Allowed means this entity data you can delete. Not allowed means you cannot actually delete this entity data. Okay, so we'll just leave the default settings only, and this is a description of your entity. And after that, here you have uh, structure, table, field, X fields. Okay, so these technically doesn't have any significance, these fields. Okay, but why what is the purpose of these fields over here? Let's say, for example, now you have this material entity, right? Or else there are many entities are there. Now the thing is that you wanted to know, corresponding to this particular entity, what could be my standard ECC side, the table or field name. Okay, so just to give you a mapping between your ECC side table and or the table field, so they have provided this field. So you can say here, let's say this is corresponding to my Mara table. Okay, and this field, this entity field is corresponding to my material or Matner thing. So this, whoever actually opens this data model entity, they, by looking at this one, they might see, okay, this is for the Mara table, and this field is for material field. Okay, so just to give you that is significance, so SAP has provided this useful help kind of text fields over here, so that by looking at this entity and these fields, one can understand, okay, this entity is corresponding to this so and so table. So in material also, you are creating, maybe you might create some new entities, Z entities, and those Z entities might be corresponding to some custom tables. Okay, so now for any new person whoever opens that data model, by looking at that entity, he don't know where this data will go and save. But if I provide the table name over here, so it will be easy for me to look at, and okay, this entity is for this Z table, and all the data gets stored into this particular Z table. So just to, for as a kind of information thing, so SAP provided this fields where you can map your corresponding ECC side of the table and field. Okay, and X fields are just like if you work on any BAPI, right? When you're creating any objects using BAPI, you will have the structures and X structures. So the same thing here. So for this particular field, what is the corresponding X field? Okay, so just to update on the BAPI side, okay, this structure field will tell you that these changes, this field got updated, all right. So for that reason, they provided this X field as well. So it's an optional, it's not mandatory. So this was not maintained for any of the standard of things as well, but they just provided a flexibility that you can, if at all, you can make use of these fields as well. And there is something called checkbox generated. So you don't select or set anything. What happens is, the way how we created this particular data model, there is a different, let me show you here. If you, to create all the data models or entities or anything, right? So we use this particular transaction, this particular node. The same way, there is something create and edit mapping. So this is a GU based one. So whatever we use. Similarly, there should be here one more link. This is for the mapping side. Somehow it is not showing over here. Edit data model. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe they removed it or not. Maybe they removed because no one used that one. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is similar to, this is a GUI based screens here. Okay, so you can see this data model edit. Everything is a GUI based. The same kind of thing here, there should be one link over here where you can do the same mapping, create data model, everything via uh, web-based application like your NWBC web-based application. So there will be web-based application. So there also you can actually make use of there you can create data models, you can create entities, you can create the relationships and everything. So the difference is that is a web-based and this is a GUI-based. So I never saw that people will be using that one. So we most of the time we will use edit data model transaction only, this particular node only to create or modify any data models. Okay. So when you do something from that particular transaction or from that particular web-based one, so what happens is this particular setting will be the generated will be ticked just to indicate that this entity and data model modified using the other GUI, other web-based application, not from this one. So this tick box will be ticked, but you can just ignore it. Is there's no significance at all. And in the latest version, they removed that node itself. So there is no point in discussing this particular point. Okay. So that is about your type 1 entity. And at an attribute level, yeah, please go ahead.
Here in field and X field, do we send multiple or only key field name only?
No, no, no. For every that is at entity level,
Uh,
and at attribute level also you will have that particular. So this is my entity, and these are the attributes under that entity, right? So if you scroll right here as well, you have that one. So for a particular attribute, right, you can maintain one structure. This is, let's say, Mara table and field is TKL. Mara table field is MBRSH. Mara table field is MTRT. Yeah, at entity type SAP provided, because that is also, this entity also one of the key attribute, right? So that is the reason, considering that point, they provided that setting over there at the entity type level. Instead of maintaining the field names, there here in the entity type itself, you just say it's a Mara and leave it. That means that entire entity is for Mara table and all the attributes also for Mara table. Once I open Mara table, I can map these attributes versus the Mara table attributes. But maybe because mostly we'll use the same data element, right? So here the recommended approach is you use whatever the data elements that you already have on the ECC side. Don't create any new data elements. Technically, it will take, but to maintain a consistency, right? Whether it is a MDG model or my ECC table, you will always refer one single data element in both the places. Field name might be different, but by looking at the data model, you can, data element, you can recognize, okay, this field is corresponding to this field. So yeah, see, if you look at this, like more related to your how you created table or with the attributes in SC11, right? Which is a pure technical stuff. So that's the reason I say always the data model part is comes under the technical MDG technical person, because for the functional they don't know what is the data element. Even if they know, I mean, how if at all you have to create a new data element, that is again comes under a technical scope, or the search helps and everything. So it's always this data model extensions, data model design, everything will be comes under a technical thing. Okay. So now, along with this, at attribute level, you have something called key field. For type 1, we don't use this. For type 1, always this is a key field. But for your type 4s, right? For example, you wanted to say any of the key attribute as a key attribute, additional key attribute, you can make use of this one. But always for type 1, you will use that the data element of this itself will become a key field. And you have something called required field. So when you say this as a required field entry to create this data at the runtime, this field will become a mandatory field. Just like you see in material type, industry sector, these are the mandatory fields, right? So if at all some attributes you wanted to say is a mandatory, then you can actually make use of this particular setting. You can say when you tick this one, on the UI side, this field will become mandatory, because this basic data is also one entity. On in the backend, this basic data is one entity, which is your material entity, type 1 entity. So all these attributes that you see, these attributes are coming from your type 1 entity. So there at that attribute level, if you say one field as a mandatory, automatically on the UI, it will show this asterisk symbol and indicates that it's a mandatory field. And unit of measure, you when you are creating the table also, you know that we have this unit of measure thing. If at all you have any quantity or any currency field, you need to say, you need to mention that one of that particular, what is the unit of measure for that one. So this is the same thing we use. If you say some field which is, let me open Mara table, or so when you are saying it's a 100, right? And it's a quantity. 100 quantity is what? It's a dollar, or it's a INR, or it's a euro. So that's what we need to mention. Wherever you use a quantity field, then automatically it makes mandatory to maintain the corresponding field. See here, here you are saying it is a unit of measure, like maybe base, whatever the unit of measure, right? Corresponding to that one, what is the unit of measure field that you need to mention over here? The reference field and reference table and reference field. The same information, when system generates a staging table, it will take this currency field, okay, and then it will actually, when it generates the staging table, it will make entry like this. Okay, so for that particular purpose, you need to mention the unit of measure field from the same entity. So you have a requirement, you need to have an attribute like a currency attribute. Okay, then you cannot have only the currency. You need to have two fields over here. One is the currency and the currency unit of measure. Both you should have those both the fields. Okay, and for the currency, you need to mention that the currency unit of measure as a in this field, you need to mention what is the corresponding unit of measure. For type 1 entity, you can have multiple key fields, but not this option. There is another option. We will discuss that today.
Okay.
So your type 3, we haven't discussed about SU type 3. We discussed only type 1 and type 4, right? So type 3 will give you another additional key fields. So that we will discuss once we create a type 4 as well. Okay. Fine. Now coming back to the next, search help. Just like you have at entity level search help, at attribute level also search help is there. So by default, search help will be taken from this data element. But something you wanted to override, you don't wanted to use the search help from this data element. I wanted to have my own search help for this particular thing. You can make use of this particular field to assign a search help over here. Okay. So the next you have something called non-existence. Okay, so this non-existence basically, let me show you on the UI. So now this is one field. For this particular field, if at all, system will accept the values from this list only. We call this F4 values, or your F4 values, right? It will take allow any of these values. Okay, but if I try to enter here something, let's say XYZ, which is not there, and hit enter. Okay, so it won't take, basically when you click on a check button, you get a message here saying that XYZ is not available. Somewhere you get that. See here, XYZ is not available, this material type. Okay, so basically it looks at whether this value exists in the domain data or not, the value table or not. That is a default behavior which comes from your data element. From the data element, you will be in the domain level, you will be associating your value table, and from the value table, it shows this all the list of values, and whatever you enter over here, it will go and validate in the whether this entry is there in the value table or not. If it is not there, it will give you a message over here. Right? This is the standard behavior even in your MM01 as well. Let me show you in MM01. Okay, I'll go to basic data. Let's say I enter some material group, something random material group. Enter, you're getting this error message. Okay, now in ECC side, I cannot save this record until I correct this. Okay, but in MDG, what happens is, in MDG, what happens basically, I wanted to temporarily bypass this check. Okay, I wanted to temporarily bypass this check because this material group does not exist currently. I know this one, but at a requester level, I don't wanted to stop my process. my activity. I wanted to go with this value which does not exist, but I know that this value is being maintained by functional in 1 or 2 days. So let at approver level stop the process, but at the requester level, I wanted to continue with this. So then in that case, you can actually make use of this particular checkbox, no existence check. That means when you select this field, no existence check, system will take whatever value, though in the F4 that values are not there, it will take whatever the value that you enter. Okay, and you submit the request. Let assume that you have a workflow in the at the approver level. At the approver level, you wanted to a system will actually check that whether this value is exist or not. If that does not exist, then maybe you will throw some error message and you will correct that one. So ultimately, what happens is this no existence checks give you flexibility just to temporarily bypass some checks. But this doesn't mean that if you don't maintain that value at all until the final activation, and the you initiated an activation process, right? So on when it is this object is getting created in the backend, that times your activation process will get failed because you entered a wrong value. So your activation process will get failed. So you need to design your workflow in such a way that, okay, so you have something like a requester, and then you have something called activation process. Okay, so you can configure in such a way that this check maybe you can bypass at this level. Okay, but you will ensure that this data will be maintained at this level, or else you bypass at this level also, but ensure that it maintains at this level. So at any of this particular stage, right, you need to ensure that this data is maintained. But if you still continue without maintaining or without correcting or without creating that material group, your activation process will get failed. Okay, so in MDG, it provides a flexibility where you can temporarily bypass the check. We actually, no one uses this setting. We used in one of the product development side for the EAM objects. We have a requirement there. So for one of the product, so that's where actually we use this one. Otherwise, no one even most of the people not aware of what is the significance of this one as well. Okay, so this is just for your knowledge purpose, and I strongly recommend try to avoid this setting, because what happens is when you select the setting, at the entire process it never makes mandatory. You have to add a separate check at somewhere in the validation or rule you need to configure before activation whether this is maintained or not. That is about no existence check. So we just completed only our type 1. Now we need to create, from type 1 point of view, everything is done. Now we need to create a type 4 for plant entity. Okay, so just click on new entry here again. So here we wanted to create a plant entity. So just name it Z. Let's say, for example, I'll say instead of plant, let's put plant only or site. Um, Let me use site. Okay, Z site. Site is nothing but plant only. So some places, some projects we call it as a site, some clients said we call it as a plant. Anything is fine. I just created one Z site. Now I wanted to define it as a type 4. As I said, for type 4s, you cannot use this setting. This is only for your type 1s only. For example, if you try to use this setting also and try to save, you get an error message. Forget about this relationship second and third, we will discuss now. But what it says is that look at the first error message, entry of a data element is invalid. And you can always see one important point in MDG, this long text, this help text is very, very clearly they maintained. Okay, you find a very good documentation here. So always if you get some message, if you're not clear, try to make use of this long text. It will clearly say that what is the why this error got popped up. The data elements cannot be specified for storage use type you selected. What we selected type 4. For type 4, you cannot use the data element setting. Okay, so that is what. Okay, so now here at the plant level, right? So let me, ZT is our data model. And here we have Z product. Okay, here this itself is a key field, and on top of that one we have material type, material group, let's say industry sector or something. Now what we are doing, we are creating another Z site. Now what are the fields that we are looking, the key fields at the site level? Yeah, so material, because this we know it's corresponding to your Marcy table. In Marcy table, material and the plant are the two key fields. So that's the reason. Material, I need here material, plant, and these are the, so
Storage.
these should be my key fields. And this will be like, let's say for example, status, there is a X plant status. I will just add some other fields over here, ABC indicator, something like this. These are the non-key fields, these are the key fields. So now the staging table that we are actually expecting, that staging table should have these two are the key fields and rest of the non-key fields. This is what we wanted to create, right? Now, for type 4s, always you cannot, type 4 cannot have its own key field. That means, what does that mean is basically, one thing is you cannot maintain here, you cannot maintain a data element, because this cannot be a field in the generated staging table. It's a type 4. Everything should be there under the attributes only. It's a chain. Okay. So type 4 cannot have a key field directly. That means at the attribute level also you cannot select this as a key field. Attribute level, I showed you that there is an option where you can say keys, right? So that is also, so basically the point is type 4 cannot have its own keys. So the keys has to come from some place. It has to derive from some place. Okay, so that is with a, we will generate the keys for your type 4 using relationships. Okay, so that's why when I try to save here, as and when you introduce a type 4, okay, so what it says is leading inconsistent, qualifying inconsistent, qualifying relation is not there. Description is missing, we will maintain the description. But when you create a type 4, it is expecting a relationship basically. When you have only under a data model, when you have only type 1, there is relationship is not mandatory. But when you introduce a type 4, because this is a child, right? Now I need to define a relation between this type 1 and type 4. So type 4 cannot exist directly under a data model. It has to have a relationship with any of the parent node. Here in our case, the parent is product. Okay, so you need to create, let's say there is something called leading relationship. Leading relationship. So between your type 1 and type 4, you need to maintain a leading relation. When you maintain this leading relation, what happens is the key field in your type 1 will automatically get added as a key field in your generated staging table. Okay, so that's how via relationship you can generate a key, not by selecting any attribute as a key field for type 4s. Why? Because type 4 is a child which is having a dependency. So this, you need to define the dependency. This is my child, and for this child, this is the parent. So you need to create such kind of relationship. So that's the reason leading relation is mandatory when you introduce a type 4 in your data model. Whether it is in MMBAP data model or BP or any data model, you need to define when you add a custom entity in your MM data model, you will get the same error. Leading is not there. Okay, whether in BP also, if you create a custom entity or finance or in your custom data model, wherever you create a type 4 entity, then it expects a leading mandatorily. Okay, now I'll show you that how to create that leading relationship. So you know this data element you are not supposed to maintain. Key behavior is also not you are not supposed to maintain. So this is valid for your data element and key assignment, language dependent text. All these are valid for your type ones. So they are using the same GUI. This UI is same UI for all your different type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. So actually SAP should have, when you select type 4, they should have made these attributes as a lead only. But they didn't do anything. They just simply left it like that. But for type 4, this is not relevant. Key assignment is not relevant. Language dependent texts are not relevant. Okay. Search help is also not relevant. All these are not relevant. Temporary key also not relevant. Active area is relevant because you can have a separate active area for your child. Okay. If you don't maintain this, whatever the active area that you maintain at the data model level, that will be that will take the precedence. Only here, when you're creating a type 4, only the relevant attributes are, one is either active area, which is optional, but the mandatory is description. Okay, I just maintained this. I just created entity. That's it. You still have this because it is expecting these relationships for your type 4. Now I'll go to attributes. Okay, let me add the attributes. Let's take Mara table, sorry, Marcy table, and add some from Marcy table. Key fields, so these two, right, material, these key fields will come via relationship only. So you cannot directly add that fields over there. Okay. So what you can do is, we can, let's say I can take this ABC indicator non-key field. I'll maintain the non-key field ABC indicator. And what else we can take? Just one more field. There is a explant status, LVOEM, deletion indicator. Okay, let's take this one. Here I'm just adding a non-key field attributes only. So I just added non-key fields. Now we will handle the key fields. How to bring the key fields for your type 4? Just look at this. I'll save key here. Okay. Now copy this. Go to relationships here, left side. Okay. For this particular data model, click on new entry. From entity will be always your parent, the big one, Z, okay, Z product. To entity is your plant, type 4. Okay. So product is leading site. This is what I'm trying to say here. Okay. So Z product entity, Z, or else I'll just say simply in a generic manner. We can say something like this here. SU type 1. Always on the left hand side, you should have the bigger one. So because many times you get confused where I should keep my type 1 or type 4, right? So left hand side, it should be bigger one, and the right hand side, it should be that particular entity. Okay. So that's what I'm saying here. From entity will be your type 1, and this is your child entity. Child entity in the sense your type 4. You can name this relation anything. Let's say prod site, any free text, you can just name it. Okay. Now, what is the relationship type? I wanted to create a leading relationship. Okay. And cardinality. Cardinality in the sense, in this example, one material can extend to multiple plants, right? So that's what in Marcy table, for one material, you can extend it to multiple plants. So that's a 1:n relationship. So that's why we will always use 1:n relationship. Enter. Okay. Now save. See, one error gone. That leading relationship error gone. Okay. So now save your changes. So now so with this one, what happens is, if once the table data model activated in the generated staging table for your site master, so material will become one of the key field. That automatically in the staging table, at the time of activation, system will look at the relationships. For this one, what is the leading relation entity? Okay, this is a leading relation entity. From this one, it will take that field name, may take the key field, and it will add in the generated staging table as a key field. So we got one key. Now the second key I need to get, that is nothing but the plant. Okay, So for that one, it expects, when you say here, it is expecting that qualifying relationship. So in general, there are totally three relationships we are discussing now. One is leading relationship, the second one is qualifying relationship, and the third one is referencing reference relationship. These are the three. Out of this, we discuss this one. Okay. Now let's discuss what is this qualifying relationship. So look at this. I'll try to write in a picture so that you can easily visualize the purpose of the qualifying this one. Okay, so this is your ECC and this is your MDG layer. Okay, now I'll show you on the UI. Now in the standard object, I wanted to extend this material to plants. So for that one, you go to the DOM, this is a plant section. You wanted to extend to your plant. So do F4. Can you tell me from where these values are coming up? Now I'm in MDG UI, but still I'm getting all these plants. It's very, I mean, now from your ABAP with your ABAP knowledge, you can just simply guess it. Fine, no issues. Let me show you here. So in Marcy table, you have this plant data element. In the data element, go to your domain. This is a master table T001W. So how you create this? You go to SPRO configuration and create a new plant. This will be functional activity. So once functional creates a new plant in SPRO, okay, so that plant will get stored into this T001W table. And this table added as a value table for this my data element. So whenever I do an F4 here, this data is coming. So what I'm trying to say here is the plant data. Okay, so you have your SPRO configuration. Via SPRO configuration, you maintain the plant, and this data gets stored into T001W table. On MDG UI, when I'm extending this my material to a particular plant, then what happens in the F4, I get to see all the list of plants from this particular table. Right? Now, the thing is that here, if I try to enter some plant which doesn't exist, it will, whatever the value I entered over here, it has to qualify. Qualify in the sense it has to go and verify whether this value is available in the T001W or not. So you are in MDG system, but still it is referring your backend SPRO configuration, whether this is a valid plant or not. How this is referring? Using your value table from the data element, right? So that means what happens is here your material is there, and you are extending it to a plant. So when you enter some 1,000 plant, let's say, it has to qualify whether this value is the right value or not. So this is what happening in the standard UI. I just showed you in the material UI, right? So for this purpose, what happens is this is we call it as a qualification process. It's your foreign key check or whatever the qualification we call, right? So this particular table we will represent with SU type 3. Okay, so and I make a relation with this qualify relation. With this one, what happens is, and this is a SU type 3, corresponding to this SU type 3, I will link this particular table. Okay, so whatever I'm extending my material to a plant via this particular SU type 3, it will go and validate. That means it has to qualify whether this is a valid value or not. And then if that is a valid value, then it will accept this particular plant. Okay, so you now SU type 3 is always we use it for a qualification purpose. Okay, so ideally, technically, it ultimately go and check your corresponding domain data table. But for that purpose, SAP brought this SU type 3 concept. And wherever you here, we have your SU type 1 and you have your SU type 4 here. Okay. So your material data is always either in SU type 1 or SU type 4. We are creating a material data. The attributes spread across in your SU type 1s and SU type 4s. That is the master data you are creating. SU type 3 doesn't hold your material master data. You will use this as a qualification purpose, plant qualification, or sales or qualification, or as country qualification. So wherever you see a need that okay, it has to qualify, then you create that, you represent that via SU type 3. And if you make a qualify relationship, what happens is the key field in your SU type 3, that is a plant, will come and add as a key field in the generated staging table. So your type 4 always get another key using a qualification relationship from another type 3. So for that one, first I need to create a type 3 entity. Type 3 entity represents my plant master, the complete plant master. Now, whatever I extend this material to multiple plants, everything has to qualify with this SU type 3. Assume that it's a key field. So key field, for now you can assume it as a key field, but non-key fields also we can add. That is the purpose of significance of your reference relationship that we will discuss. Okay, but now SU type 3, there won't be any staging table that will get created for SU type 3. Staging table will be created only for SU type 1 and type 4. Why staging tables are creating for SU type 1 and 4? That holds my material master data. SU type 3 doesn't hold my material master data. It's a plant master data, which I'm using for qualification purpose when I'm creating my material. Just like you are creating a customer, right? You will country should be there. So you create those countries separately in SPRO configuration or somewhere, but you use that country in your master data. So it acts as a reference master data. So that will give you the additional key. So that's the reason here when I try to save, it is throwing me an error message that qualification is not there relationship. For that one, to maintain that qualification relationship, first you need to create a type 3. Okay, so we created type 1 and type 4, but now we need to create a type 3. Okay, so click on new entry. The type 3, I'll just name it Z site. I'm saying site master, which contains all the complete list of sites or plants. Categorize this as a type 3. So you can see not changeable via MDG, no generated tables. No generated tables means because it always refers your underlying ECC, the value tables. So that's why there is no need of generating any staging tables. And not changeable via MDG means basically we are not actually changing the plant data. We are creating the material data and we are using the plant. To change the plant data, you will go to SPRO configuration and do the changes. So that is the reason type 3 data you cannot change it. That's what it says. Type 3 data is what? Your plant data, your plant master. You cannot change that plant master using this one. You can only use or refer your plant master in your while you are creating a material master. So that's the idea. So I just selected it as a type 3. And for type 3s, type 3 don't have its attributes at all. It will be always only entity. And this itself will become the kind of key attribute in the generator in the type 4 staging table. For that one, you need to mention the data element. So that's where you need to input the data element. So the data element you will be maintaining only for type 1s, where the type 1 will become a key field, and for type 3, because type 3 won't hold any other attributes. It just represents one single plant, or it can be country, or it can be unit of measure, anything. But this itself is one attribute, single attribute, and you are assigning a data element. With this one, what I'm saying is this data element in turn associated with a value table, right? So at type 3 level, I'm providing one data element over here. Okay, data element, and this data element linked to your value table. So that's how you are actually bringing the corresponding backend value table into this MDG scope. Okay, and other keys, all these things are not applicable for your type 3s. Only data element and description. Let's say site master. Save it. No other fields applicable. Still, it is giving me this error. This is not there. Okay, and you are not supposed to maintain any attributes. These attributes you will maintain for your type 1s and type 4s, not for type 3s, because type 1 and type 4 holds your actual master data, and type 3 holds your reference master data. Even if you try to add some attributes, there is no generated staging tables, first of all, and it will give you an error message. You cannot add attributes for this selected storage use type. Okay, so just take your type 3, go to relationships, same, maintain your type 3 on the left hand side, which is a bigger one, and here your the type 4, maintain some relation here, site, and then relationship type will be qualifying, and always the cardinality will be 1:n. Okay, now save. See that error, both errors message gone. So when you create a type 4, when you introduce a type 4, it is mandatory to maintain these relationships. Whether it is in data model or BP data model or custom data model, the concept remains same. Under material master data model, you wanted to add a custom entity. So when you add a custom entity, usually we will add only type 4 entities, because type 1 is already there. For your BP and all these data models, the type 1 entities, which is a parent entity, is already there. At max, what you can do is you can add some custom attributes in the existing entity, or else you can add a new entity under the data model. So when you add a new entity under a data model, it will be a type 4 only. Whether that comes under material as a child or under a plant as a child, that depends on your business requirements. But when you introduce a type 4 in your data model, it will always expect two relationships. One is leading and qualifying. So that's where you need to identify what is the leading entity, what is the qualifying entity. If qualifying entity, you have to create it if that does not exist. If you okay, so just create the relationships like this and save your data model. Now go back and activate your data model. Okay, it also the transport, everything is transportable. Okay, it got activated. Now look at the staging tables. It is your data model, execute. So now there is a new entry here where this is for the your type 4. Included entity is your type 4 and the main entity is your type 1. This is a child under this type 1. Okay, so if you double click this staging table for your type 4, see, this is a key field material. This added because of the leading relation. This got added because of the qualifying relationship. And active, anyway, it is always key for any generated staging table. And after that, we added two direct attributes. These are the two direct attributes we added under your type 4. ABC indicator and deletion flag. So if you look at this, we haven't selected any key attribute at type 4 level. Both keys got derived in your generated staging table for type 4 using relationships. So likewise, if at all you want one more key field for your plant, create one more type 3 and make a qualifying relationship. So you can keep on adding multiple key fields using a qualification relationship. So someone asked, can I have for type 1 multiple keys? Okay, by default, your entity itself is one of the main key field. Additionally, if at all you want one more key field, always you can go with a type 3. Create one type 3 and make a qualifying relationship with your type 1. So it's not necessarily always type 3 will have a qualification with type 4s. You can have it, okay, so like this. So let me show you here some examples. This is your SU type 1. You created one SU type 4. You make a leading relation here, okay, And you can also create one SU type 3 and make a qualification relationship. Okay, so here example material. So here plant. So at this level, material is key field. This is what we just noticed, and plant is also key field. Now I'll create one more SU type 4, which is a child to my another type 4. This is a site master, assume that. Okay. So here also you need to maintain a leading relation. Because of the leading relation, there will be two keys. Always from the parent to child, all the keys will flow because of the leading. Here, what are the two keys? One is material and one is plant. But now I need one more additional key, right? So you can create, let's say, SU type 3, that is nothing but your storage location, and make a qualify relationship. Because of this qualify relationship, you will get a storage location as a third key. Here also you can have one more SU type 3 and make a qualify relation to get additional keys. This can be done here as well. Qualification relationship. So to get any additional keys, always use SU type 3 and make a qualify relationship to get an additional key. For qualification, it's always 1 is to n cardinality. Why? Because n means n indicates that you are qualifying a one plant with a complete list of plants. SAP says it's a mandatory 1 is to n. You cannot use 1 is to 1. Okay, that's how you can extend it to multiple plants, right? So you have 100 plants in your value table. You might be extending this material to 10 plants, right? So that should be always for one material, multiple plants, in the sense that qualification also should be 1 is to n. Leading, that's what here, right? You see here, this is my SU type 4 and this is another SU type 4. Between these two things, I maintained a leading relation. And this is SU type 1. And between SU type 1 and SU type 4 also I maintained a leading. That means leading relationship always from parent to child. The parent can be a type 1 or another type 4. With the type 3, the only possible relationships are qualifying or referencing, which we will discuss after this. So qualifying we already discussed. Reference also will be there. So type 3 can have only qualify or reference relationship with type 1s or type 4s. So whenever you are designing a data model, custom data model, or when you are extending a standard data model, so this is a design that you need to first think through that. Okay, how my data model should look like, or when you're extending, where should I extend, what is the parent, do I need a qualification, or all those things you need to discuss. Okay, now one another tip I will just tell you. I don't want you to get confused, but let me tell you one more thing. You see here, you have your SU type 1 and you have your SU type 4, and we maintained a leading relationship. Okay, now if you say the cardinality 1 is to n, 1 is to n cardinality, then only your SU type 3 become mandatory and qualify relationship is mandatory. Why? Because in this case, okay, in this example, you need two keys at your plant level. Plant level in the sense of you have your MARCI table. At the MARCI table level, you need two keys. One is material and one is a plant. Okay, so here you say 1 is to n and make this as a mandatory qualification relationship. This is one use case. So in this example, you have two tables. One is MARA table, one is MARA table, one is MARCI table, and this is for your SU type 1 is for your MARA, and SU type 4 is your MARCI. So to get this kind of key, you have to follow this approach, qualify, and it should be 1 is to n. Okay, but now there is one more option. Sometimes what happens is in the standard data models, if you look at material and all those things, let's say for example MARA table is there. In MARA table, you have 100 attributes. Out of 100 attributes, 30 attributes are generic. Remaining, let's say 40 attributes are related to, it's a generic only, but these are more relevant for sales. And there are some 30 attributes which are relevant for maybe some purchase. Though these are all under Mara table only, but for sales these are relevant, and for these for 30 attributes are relevant for purchasing related attributes. But if you open Mara table, you will see all these under one single table. In MDG, how SAP designed your data model is they took material as a type 1 entity.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the role of the master data replication component in SAP MDG? Option A, synchronizing master data between different systems. Option B, generating reports and analytics for master data. Option C, providing a single source of truth for master data. Option D, automating the creation of new master data entities. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Material as a your type 1 entity. Okay. Under this one, they just only added this generic 30. Okay. The remaining 40, what they have done is they created another entity called Mara sales. It is a type 4. They created it as a type 4. Okay. And here they maintain the leading relationship. But technically, though you have two entities, both these entity data ultimately at the time of activation should get stored into one single Mara table only. Here, logically, you are dividing into two separate entities in MDG and with two separate staging tables. But at the runtime, at the activation time, both all these 30, these 40, let's say 40 attributes, these 30 plus 40 attributes will get stored into one single. So here you have two staging tables. At the activation time, the data gets stored into one single Mara table. Okay. Now in this case, there is no change in the key. For Mara sales, the key is same material only. So how I can get here, when you say here, you need to say 1:1 relationship. You need to create a leading relation with 1:1, not 1:n. When you say 1:1, that means here itself, here in the stage, here anyway material is a key. Here also the generated staging table material is a key. So then there is no need of additional key. SU type 3. SU type 3 will come into picture only if you need at your type 4 level one additional key. But if I don't need a key, whatever with the leading relation, whatever the key that you are getting, that is sufficient for you, then you know you can that how you can represent by saying 1:1. Because these 30 attributes and these 40 attributes are for one single material. Is it clear to everyone? Okay, so by default, if you create a type 4, system will give you an error message saying that qualification is mandatory. That is because it is assuming that when you are creating a type 4, it is by default, it is assuming that there are two keys are required. But when you make that at the leading relationship level, let's say for example here, if you go to the relationships, at the leading relationship level for the type 1, if I say it's S means it's 1:1. When I say S 1:1, then this is not required. Why? Because 1:1 means it's a one key only. In your type 4 also you'll have one key, not two keys. When you need two keys to bring 1:n relationship, one material, multiple plants, then you need a plant as a key. One material on both the sides, then you don't need an additional key. Okay, so I mean, if that is how you can also avoid a qualification relationship. But in general, right, this is a standard product, and when SAP designs this MDG data model, they have done that logically. They divided like this. Uh, Ideally, these sales SU type 4 I can avoid. I can add a 30 plus 40 everything 100 attributes under SU type 1 itself, so that I no need to create this sales entity. The reason SAP created it, they wanted to logically group the attributes so that on the UI also If someone is not using this system for sales process, they're using it only for purchase, then I can completely take this sales out of governance scope. So just to give you such kind of flexibility, they did that. But when we are creating our custom data models, always we will keep all the common attributes are where you have 1:1 relation, right? Under one entity only. We don't split into multiple entities. We don't make it more complicated. Since it's a product, and BP, these are the out of box data models. So they properly designed that one. That's the only point. So 1:2 qualifying for always for your type 4, is it mandatory? No. Only when you have a 1:2 leading relation with 1:n relation, then only qualifying relation is mandatory. If you make leading relation 1:1, qualification relationship is not mandatory. Okay, so that's all about type 1, type 3, and type 4 leading and qualification relationships. Now let's discuss about reference relation. Reference relationship also you will always do with type 3 only. Okay, what is the difference? I'll show you here. You have your SU type 1, which is okay. Under this, let's say for example, you have your SU type 4. This is a leading relation 1:n. You created one SU type 3 and made a qualifier relationship. So here in our example, material added as a key because of leading, plant added as a key because of the qualification relationship. Now I wanted to add country, a non-key attribute. It should be a non-key attribute. How should I do? Directly you can open this SU type 4 entity and add this as a normal attribute, just like here. Go to entity types, select your type 4 attributes. Just like how we added this, you can add your country attribute also directly here. That is one way. And most of the people will follow this approach, 99%. What I can do is, I can create another SU type 3, which is my country master land 1 table. That is, the table is T1 something. We'll see that. Okay. So country master, country, okay, country. Just like how you created this plant, you create another SU type 3 for country. Now you make a reference relationship with your type 4. When you make a reference relationship, just like your type 3, how this attribute got added, this country also will get added. The only difference is it will become a non-key. If you make a qualify with a type 3, it will become a key. If you make a reference relation with the type 3, then that attribute, this entity will add as a non-key field. That's the only difference. Okay. So by looking at this example, see, both are two options. One, directly you can add under that entity. Other option is via SU type 3 and reference relation also. In the generated staging table, you can add this one. Now, what is the advantage I will get with this creating a separate entity altogether and making a reference relationship? What is the advantage I will get it? Can anyone guess? Reference data you can use here as well, because directly if you add a country, right, and you mention the data element land one is a data element. So when you use this data element, automatically F4 values also will come over here. Okay, no issues. So the thing is that reusability. When I say reusability, let's say for example, I also created one more SU type 4, and I need the country field here as well. So instead of creating this country in all the fields wherever I need, this SU type 3 is already there. So I'll just simply make a reference relationship over here. So same SU type 3, you can make reference relationship with multiple entities. Okay, so automatically this attribute will get added here as well as a non-key. What is the advantage with this one? If at all search help you wanted to do some change or some description with respect to country or anything, right? So if you add as an individual attributes in your respective entities, then you need to, if at all I wanted to assign a new search help, then you need to open each and every entity and there locate that attribute and change assign the search help. Instead of that one, if I At a SU type 3 level also you can assign a search shelf. At the entity type level, I showed you that search shelf, right? If you assign this one, the same search shelf will be applied for all the fields wherever it is referring. So your maintenance will become easy. And we are creating one entity and reusing everywhere, so you will follow a consistent approach. One of the examples like unit of measures. Unit of measure we will be using in multiple entities. In sales also you need sales unit of measure. Purchase entities also you need purchase unit of measure. So SAP standard SAP what it will do is they will create a type 3 and they will use make a reference relationship in all the entities. So there is no harm in directly adding that attribute at each and every entity as well. There is no absolutely there is no harm. But SAP recommends that you just follow this approach. That's it. But it's not a hard thing. You can create separate direct attributes under every entity as well. But that is the significance of reference relationship. So reference relationship also always you'll make with your SU type 3s only. But the difference between qualify and difference is if in case of reference relationship, it will added the attribute added will get added as a non-key. If it is a qualification relation, it will add as a key field. You can make a reference relation with type 1s as well again. So you can make a reference relation with type 1 as well. So this country will get added in your type 1 as a non-key field. So that is about what we discussed today. We discussed SU type 1, SU type 4, SU type 3, leading relation, qualify relation, reference relation. So we discussed all this. There is one more relationship here, foreign key relationship. I'm not sure if it is still, but we don't use it at all. It is just like your qualify relation only. Foreign relationship, we don't use at all this one. SAP itself says that this can be handled by qualification relationship. I don't know why SAP created this separately just to confuse, but 200% in all the MDG data model changes or creations, you will make use of only these three. Even in the standard data model also, this is never used. They added this, they might be thinking that it might useful or they can enhance it later, but this is not useful. Okay, so it is just like your qualifier relation only. You always just remember only these three relationships. That's it. We still have to discuss type 2. Okay, type 2 also again, no, you don't see anywhere that type 2 is used, but I'll explain conceptually what is this type 2 and everything. What we will do is quickly, I will show you that reference relationship. Okay, so that we can close that point as well here. Let me go to entity types. I'll create one new entity type 3 first. Z set type 3. For type 3, always need to mention the data element. I'm just saying here land 1. Land 1 is a data element that we use for country. This is associated with your T001, I think, the value table. Now go to relationships, new relationship, left side Z country. Let's say country name here, it's a Z type 4 and make it as a reference relationship. Okay, this is a 1:1. Activate your data model again. Data model got activated. Now look at the staging table. I'll run this report again with the ZT data model. So go to site staging table. There is a country field, see here, added as a non-key field. One way is I can directly add it under that entity, or else via reference relation with a type 3 also, we'll add this attribute as a non-key field. That's it. If you know all these, whatever we discussed, these three entity types and three relationships, you are done. Your data model. Of course, type 4, type 2, I will explain, but type 2 we don't use at all. But I'll explain the type 2 as well. Okay, so this if you are clear, just a minute. So if you are clear with these concepts, these three plus these three relationships, this will be used for you to create your custom data models, and also this will be used to enhance your standard MMMPP or any data model. Okay, so that data element, what happens is, let's say for example, sometimes data element is there, right? So this type 3 or this type 3, at the type 3 level, we already maintained one data element, right? So that data element will be used for your qualification purpose and for the description, search help, everything, it will come from there. Okay, and when you make a reference relation or qualifying relation, the data element will be used for a particular entity. You have some 4 type 4s. For 4 type 4s, for out of 4 type 4s, for 3 type 4s, you need the data element or the properties from the this particular type 3 only. But out of all these, for one entity, one type 4, I need a different description or different search help or something, right? In that case, what you can do is you can actually just for that particular row, you just maintain your data element. So the search help or the description will pick up from there. So it will little bit confused. So that's why I didn't explain. So, but this is, if at all you need a different behavior, because now I maintain this reference relation or qualifying relation with multiple type 4s or type 1s. So you will find all the rows over here. Okay, but for one entity, I want a different behavior. So then you can assign a different data element for that one. So whatever you assign the data element over here, first preference will be given to that. If nothing is maintained, then it will take the data element from your type 3. Actually, the thing is that if that is the case, instead of creating this using this type 3 and all these things, directly you can add that as a direct attribute under your entity and assign your data element that you need. So out of 4, 3 you can use this type 3, and for one directly add it as a normal attribute itself. So that can be done. So that's the reason actually this data element not much useful here, unless it will confuse you. Now,
Many.
cardinality, always you remember for reference and qualifying, wherever you are using reference and qualifying, it's a 1:n relationship only. There is no doubt about that one. That change only with the leading relation. In case of leading relation, if you need one material, multiple plants, such kind of thing, you go with 1:n relationship. If it is one material and one SU type 1 side as well one, and an SU type 4 side as well only one key, then you always go with 1:1 relationship. That's the only thing. I'll show you that in the system. So what I will do is okay, now we are done with this type reference relation also, right? Now I'll show you something here, how you can interpret this data model, overview of the data model. So let's select your data model. There is something called visualize data model. Okay. Now what happens is it shows you the complete hierarchy of your data model here. We'll try to interpret this. You have your one data model. Under data model, this is your main type 1 entity. Under this type 1 entity, you have one child. Okay, so this is under this one. Under type 1, you see this is the child. At the same time, this is the direct entity attribute itself, key field. So that's why this is ticked. So this staging table has these fields. Okay, but this is entity itself is one of the key fields. That's why you see this particular checkbox is ticked. These are the direct attributes. These are your text attributes. Of course, there is a one different staging table, but here it shows that overview, in overview, these are the description fields. Coming to your site entity. So what it says is, in the generated staging table, you see these two, but this is coming via leading relationship, and this is coming via qualifying relationship. Okay, and these two are the direct attributes. This is a coming from reference relationship. How do you know? Here reference entity type, as they mentioned, is your type 3, the reference relationship. So this gives you like this is how you can, when you look at open this visualize data model, you will see the complete hierarchy of your model. Wherever you see this this reference entity type, that means the corresponding field got added under this entity via reference relationship. And wherever you see this qualifying, this is coming from another SU type 3 via qualifying relationship. This is coming from my leading relationship. And if everything is blank, nothing is there, then that means these are the direct attributes. That's how you need to interpret. Okay. Now with this knowledge, let's go to data model also. Click on visualize data model. Let me close everything, collapse all. There are these many type ones are there under Okay. These type ones we don't use. I'll talk about later these type ones, but this is what our main type one, SU type one, material entity. When you expand this, it says that this attribute is the key attribute, your entity itself. Okay, storage use type is one, use type is one, and you see these are the normal direct attributes. At type 1 level also, there is something called EAN. So this attribute got added in your type 1 via reference relationship, and this is a SU type 3 entity. And all the remaining ones are the direct attributes. Under your type 1, you have these many attributes. So as I said, let's take Mara cells. There is something called, all these are the type 4s. You can see here, all these are the type 4s under your material entity. Okay, now here there is something called Mara storage. This is master sales. There should be Mara sales. I just wanted to give an example. Yeah, this one. This is what I'm talking. Actually, if you, this is a type 4. You see, this is a type 4 under your material entity. Now, when you expand this, there is no qualifying relationship for this one. Okay, what you have is only a leading relationship. Technically, in your Mara table, these attributes are from your Mara table. All these attributes are from your Mara table. Okay, so ideally these attributes should be part of your type 1. But SAP, they felt that okay, these are more relevant for the sales process. These are more relevant for your sales process. So they just created as a separate type 4 entity, and just only maintained a leading relation. Here the key is only material, and you have all these attributes. Okay, and there will be one staging table. There is no qualifying relationship for this, and there is one staging table for this one, and one staging table for your type 1. But at the time of activation, all this data will go and sit in your Mara table.
Hey there, ready to master SAP MDG Technical? Our course is your ticket to becoming a pro at managing supplies. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP MDG Technical. Think of it as a super toolbox for planning stuff, ensuring products flow smoothly from point A to point B. We cover it all, from the basics to advanced tricks. Created by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors, they're seasoned pros here to guide you every step of the way and tackle any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Folks just like you have found this course incredibly helpful. But here's the best part. It's affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP MDG Technical Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, head to ZaranTech's website